Ever imagined what would happen if Harry Potter walked into Hogwarts with a legendary Pokémon by his side? Yeah, not Hedwig. We're talking about the kind of power that could make even Dumbledore raise an eyebrow. Welcome to Cosmic Harry, where we see what-if universes that rewrite everything you thought you knew about magic and power. If you love crazy crossovers, dark twists, and powerful Harry moments, then hit that subscribe button right now, because this is where your favorite what-ifs come alive.
Harry woke to the thud of a palm on wood. Dust fell from the slats. He blinked, then pushed his blanket away and rubbed his eyes. The cupboard walls were close. The air was warm and stale. Outside the door, heavy breathing sounded. A paw shifted on tile. Claws clicked once and went still. "Up!" Vernon Dursley shouted. The door shook again. "Breakfast! Now!" Harry sat up. He put his hand on the inside of the door. Heat pressed against his fingers from the other side. It was steady. It meant calm. "I'm coming," Harry said. He pushed the door open. The hallway light hit his face. Arcanine filled the space outside the cupboard, body angled to leave Harry a path. Orange and black striped fur covered its frame. The cream-colored mane rose thick around its neck. Its withers stood level with Harry's chin. That was 6'3". The body mass was heavy and dense. About 155 kilograms. The flame patterns along its sides were a bright orange color. Its eyes looked focused. Its breath was slow and regular. Harry held Arcanine's shoulder for a second. Heat from the hide spread across his palm. The feeling in Harry's chest grew warmer and firm, like a held hand. No words. Just a steady push of comfort. He nodded once. Vernon stood in the kitchen doorway with a red face. "I said now." "I heard you," Harry said. "Keep it away from me," Petunia said from behind the table. She watched you without blinking. Her hands were stiff on a dishcloth. Dudley stood behind Vernon, chewing and staring. He kept his distance from the doorway. Harry moved to the stove. Arcanine turned and set itself in the gap by the hall wall. The tail lay flat on the floor. The head tracked the room. The ears were forward. The kettle rattled. Vernon marched in and pointed a thick finger at Harry. "That thing isn't staying," Vernon said. Harry used a pan. The eggs hissed. "He stays." "I'll not have a beast in my house," Vernon said. "People will talk. The neighbors will talk. The council will talk." Harry slid bread into the toaster. "He doesn't bother your neighbors. He lies in the garden or the hall. Then he does nothing unless you touch me." Vernon's jaw worked. "Don't test me, boy. I'll call someone. The police. The pound. Animal control." "That won't work," Harry said. "Don't you get clever." "I'm not being clever. He's not a dog," Harry said. "You know that. You saw what he did to the fence when those boys tried to corner me. He pushed them back without touching them. Then he didn't bite. Then he didn't chase. Then he stood there. They left." Vernon stepped closer. "You think you can threaten me with it?" "I'm telling you how it's." "Get rid of it," Vernon said. "Today." "No." "What did you say?" "I said no," Harry said. "He saved me. He keeps saving me. You won't get rid of him." Vernon's face darkened. "You don't make the rules here." "Then make rules that don't try to hurt me," Harry said. "He reacts when I'm hurt. If you keep your hands to yourself, there's no problem." "Are you threatening me?" Vernon's voice rose. "I'm telling you what will happen," Harry said. "I won't leave him. He won't leave me. Petunia's spoon clinked against a mug. Vernon! Sit down! Vernon didn't sit. I'll have that creature removed. You can try, Harry said. But you'll fail. Dudley snorted. You're not scary. He took a step toward Harry and swung his fist at Harry's shoulder. Arcanine's growl filled the hall. The sound was deep and long. It vibrated the air and the floor. Dudley froze. His face went pale. He stumbled back, hit the wall, and slid along it toward the living room. Call it off, Vernon said, voice tight. He's already still, Harry said. He plated eggs and bacon. Then he set plates on the table. He warns. He hasn't touched anyone. Petunia kept her eyes on the big dog. It stares. I don't like eyes that stare. He watches me, Harry said. He took a seat with his back to the wall and ate fast. Arcanine's warmth pressed against his side through the wall. A firm, sure feeling settled in Harry's chest. Safe. Present. Vernon sat down with a jerk and sawed at bacon. He didn't look at Harry. Then he didn't look at Arcanine. Then he ate in short bites, jaw tight. When Harry stood to wash the pan, Vernon stood too and moved away to make space without turning his back. Petunia carried plates at arm's length to avoid passing near the hall. Dudley stayed in the living room. They were afraid. They hid the fear with noise and orders. They gave Harry the corner of the kitchen this time and didn't push his shoulder as he passed. They spoke louder than normal when they had to walk the hall, as if sound could keep distance. The striped hound didn't move. When the washing up was done, Harry returned to the cupboard and pulled the thin door open wider. Arcanine shifted and rested its head near the door frame. Harry put his forehead to the cream mane. Heat soaked into his skin. A steady pressure in his chest answered him. Trust. Ready. Thanks, Harry whispered. Arcanine exhaled. The breath stirred dust. The night of Harry's 11th birthday was cold and clear. The street lights on Privet Drive were steady. Harry sat on the stairs with he lying along the wall. He held a broken toy soldier he'd found in the bin, then set it aside. The firm warmth in his chest pulsed once. Waiting. Calm. Knuckles hit the front door. A heavy knock. Then another. Vernon's voice came from the sitting room. Who is it at this hour? The knock came again. Arcanine lifted its head. Harry stood, placed a hand on the mane, and moved to the door. He unlatched it and pulled. A large man filled the doorway. Hair and beard, broad shoulders, long coat. He looked down, then took an immediate step back when he saw Arcanine. His hand moved to the handle of a pink umbrella. Blimey, the man said. That's a big one. Who are you? Harry asked. Rubeus Hagrid, he said. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I'm here for Harry Potter. He peered past Harry. You Harry? Yes, Harry said. Vernon came behind Harry and stopped short. What is this? Hagrid looked at Vernon. I'm here on Hogwarts business. Official. Vernon's gaze bounced between Hagrid and the big dog. That creature is... Not your concern right now, Hagrid said. He focused on Harry again. Happy birthday, Harry. Got summit for ya. He reached into his coat, kept his eyes on Arcanine, and drew out a thick envelope with green ink. From Hogwarts. Arcanine's ears tipped forward. The heat in Harry's chest grew steady again. He took the envelope. What's Hogwarts? Harry asked. A school, Hagrid said. School o' witchcraft and wizardry. Magic? Harry said. Aye. Magic, Hagrid said. He tried to step inside, saw the striped hound take up most of the entry, and paused. Mind if we talk out here a moment? It's cold, Harry said. We can stand in the hall. Hagrid looked at the umbrella, then at Arcanine. Right. No sudden moves then. Harry stepped back. Arcanine shifted to make space, muscles moving under stripe and mane. Hagrid entered and closed the door. Sit, Hagrid said to Harry, then caught himself. If ye want. Sorry. Habit. Big day this is. Harry stood. You said magic? Are you saying I'm a wizard? Course ye are, Hagrid said. Ye've been doing odd things now and again, I expect. Things happen when you're scared or angry. That sort o' thing. Harry looked at he. Things happen, he said. But it's not just me. Hagrid's eyes flicked to Arcanine again. Right. About that. What is that creature? Where did it come from? How long's it been with ye? Harry kept his voice even. His name is Arcanine. He has been with me since I was a baby. Then he protects me from the Dursleys. He's my friend. Vernon made a choking noise. We don't need this nonsense in our house. Hagrid didn't look at Vernon. Harry, Hogwarts is expecting ye. You're famous in our world. Ye survived, well, survived something no one else has. Ye've a place at the school. Famous for what? Harry said. Hagrid's face softened. When ye were a baby, a dark wizard came for ye and your mum and dad. He killed a lot o' people. Then he tried to kill ye. Then he couldn't. Then he vanished. Folks reckon he's gone. That's why ye're famous. Harry stood still. Heat built in his chest in a slow rise. The big dog pressed its shoulder against his side. Harry nodded once. My parents? James and Lily, Hagrid said. They died that night. I'm sorry. Harry swallowed. You said school? You said there's a place for me. There is, Hagrid said. But I got to ask again. He lowered his voice. That animal. Not an animal, Harry said. He understands me. I understand him. He keeps me safe. He's not dangerous unless someone hurts me. Hagrid's grip tightened on the umbrella handle. Professor Dumbledore is worried about unknown magical creatures. That thing, Arcanine, has power we don't understand. It could be dangerous. He protects me, Harry said. The Dursleys are dangerous. Vernon's face puffed. How dare you? Arcanine lifted its head and fixed Vernon with a steady stare. Vernon closed his mouth. Hagrid glanced between them. I'm not saying ye can't care for it. I can see it cares for ye. But Dumbledore's got to keep folks safe. Statute o' secrecy and all that. If people see a great beast breathin' fire or what have ye, that's trouble. He doesn't breathe fire in front of people, Harry said. Where did it come from? Hagrid asked. Creatures like that don't just show up. I woke up with him outside my cupboard, Harry said. As far back as I remember. When I touch him, I feel things. Warmth. Pressure. Calm. He came to me when I was small and scared. Then he sat between me and people who wanted to hit me. Then he didn't move unless they moved. That's all. Hagrid looked down at the striped hound's legs. Never seen one like him. Not an easel, not a Krupp, nothin' in our books fits. And the size? 6'3" at the shoulder, Harry said. About 155 kilograms. Orange and black fur. Cream mane. Flame patterns on his sides that are bright orange. He moves fast. Then he stops fast. He's quiet when he chooses. He's loud when he needs to warn. Hagrid exhaled. All right. All right. I hear ya. I'm trying to be straight with ya, Harry. I'm here as your friend. But I've to tell ya what the headmaster thinks. Tell me, Harry said. Dumbledore's concerned, Hagrid said. An unknown creature this big and powerful, bond into a student. We've got rules to register magical beasts. We've got safety measures. He'll want to know how it works, whether it's safe at Hogwarts. He's not a wand thing, Harry said. You can't register him like a cat or an owl. He chooses to be here. If someone tries to separate us, he'll not allow it. Hagrid shifted his weight. And what if someone tries because they think it's the only way to keep others safe? I won't allow it, Harry said. He won't either. Hagrid studied Harry's face. Ye've got steel in ye for a kid. I'm just telling you how it's. Hagrid cleared his throat. Right. Let's take this step by step. First, your letter. He nodded at the envelope in Harry's hand. Open it. Harry broke the seal and read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term begins 1st of September. List of books and equipment. He read it twice. The warmth in his chest pulsed steady and sure. Is there a place for him? Harry asked, nodding at Arcanine. Hagrid scratched his beard. We'll need to make arrangements. He won't fit in dormitories or classrooms as there. Then arrange it, Harry said. I'll speak to the headmaster, Hagrid said. We can get ye supplies tomorrow. Diagon Alley. Vernon blurted. He's not going anywhere. Hagrid turned his head slowly. With respect, sir, he's a wizard. He belongs at Hogwarts. Petunia stared at the umbrella. If he leaves, he doesn't bring that thing back here. Harry met Hagrid's eyes. I'm not leaving him. Hagrid nodded once. I can see that. Harry said. You said you're keeper of keys. You work for the school. If they try to take him, what will you do? Hagrid looked troubled. I keep the grounds. I fetch students. I do what I'm told by the headmaster. But I don't like scaring kids or talking their friends. I'll say what I've seen. He's protective but controlled. He didn't lunge when I walked in. Then he hasn't tried to bite. Then he waits for you. That counts. Harry eased. Thank you. Hagrid edged a step closer and held out a wrapped package. Got this from the headmaster. Some o' your parents' things were held in trust. This is for ye. Harry took the bundle. Paper crackled. Inside lay a small box. He opened it and found a silver locket. Oval. Scratched surface. Strange symbols carved into it. He held it up. Arcanine leaned in and sniffed. The symbols glowed a faint orange. Hagrid's face changed. I don't know those runes. What do they mean? Harry asked. Don't know, Hagrid said. He looked nervous. Best not flash that about. Some folks like poking their noses where they don't belong. Were my parents studying this? Harry asked. Hagrid shifted again. James and Lily were bright. They were looking into old magic before. That's all I know. Harry closed his hand around the locket. The faint warmth from the metal matched the warmth under his ribs. He felt a simple, solid sense from keep safe. Vernon coughed. Are you finished? Hagrid looked down at Harry. We'll be back in the morning. Bring a coat. We'll get ye your wand and books. Arcanine comes, Harry said. Hagrid grimaced but nodded. We'll manage. Arcanine's ears tipped. The heat pressed against Harry's palm. Steady. They left early. Hagrid squeezed into the Dursleys' front garden with Harry and the big dog. The morning traffic was light. Hagrid led them to a side street and raised his umbrella. The world jumped. Then they stood in a narrow pub. People turned. Chairs scraped. Arcanine took up space along a wall, chest still, eyes tracking movement. That'll be Diagon Alley through there, Hagrid said, tapping a brick wall with the umbrella. The bricks shifted aside. A street of shops opened. Eyes tracked Arcanine as soon as they stepped through. A woman pulled her child to her side and moved away. Two men whispered. A boy pointed. Harry kept his hand near the cream mane. Heat moved into his palm again. Calm. Keep close, Hagrid said. Goblins first. Gringotts rose at the end of the street. They climbed the steps. Two goblins at the doors watched the striped hound and spoke fast in their own language. The words were sharp. One goblin's eyes narrowed, then flicked to Harry, then to Hagrid. Inside, chandeliers gave off a strong, clear light. Goblins at high desks scratched notes and counted coins. Murmurs followed Arcanine's slow tread. The tail was still. The paws moved without sound on the marble. A goblin clerk looked at Arcanine's shoulders and then at Harry. He said something in gobbledygook to the goblin beside him. The other answered and made a small gesture with two fingers. Harry couldn't read it. He kept walking. At the counter, Hagrid pushed a key across. Vault for Harry Potter, please. The goblin took the key, looked at Harry again, and said in a calm voice, Unusual companion. He's mine, Harry said. Name? The goblin asked. He, Harry said. The goblin repeated the name once under his breath, like he was testing the sound, then returned the key. Very well. They rode a cart. The tunnel air rushed by. Arcanine kept his balance with small shifts of weight. At the vault, Hagrid gathered coins. Harry took a few galleons for a belt pouch. When they returned to the hall, a man in dark ministry robes stood near the doors with a clipboard and a badge. The man stepped into their path. Excuse me. He looked from Arcanine to Hagrid to Harry. Ministry of Magic. Office of Magical Creatures Compliance. Hagrid's expression tightened. Mornin' Dot. The man's voice was crisp. That creature isn't registered. It's not on any known species list. It needs to be contained and studied. Harry met his eyes. He's not going to be studied. He's my friend. The man looked down his nose. Children don't make determinations about public safety. Hagrid moved one half step forward. This is Harry Potter. I know who he's, the man said. The law still applies. We cannot have unknown magical beasts moving through Diagon Alley. Don't call him a beast, Harry said. What would you call it? The man asked. A person who can't speak your language, Harry said. He understands me. Be that as it may, he's unregistered, the man said. We've procedures. Containment. Quarantine. Identification. Not happening, Harry said. The man lifted the clipboard. I'm authorized to confiscate unregistered creatures for examination. Harry's jaw set. Confiscate him and you'll hurt him. The man's mouth tightened. If it resists, specialized handlers will intervene. Hagrid's voice dropped. Now listen, friend. That's Harry's guardian. It's kept folks out of trouble by the look of it. No one in here's been singed. No one's has been bitten. You don't need to start anything. Step aside, the man said. Harry took a breath. You're not taking him. Son? Don't call me son, Harry said. He's staying with me. If you try to take him, he'll defend himself. He has never hurt anyone who didn't try to hurt me first. Then he won't start with you. Don't start with him. The man glanced at the big dog. Arcanine didn't move. The eyes were steady. The chest rose and fell. Heat rolled off the fur in small waves. The air around Harry felt warm and solid. Professor Dumbledore will hear about this, Hagrid said. If you want to argue registrations, argue with him. The man hesitated. The headmaster isn't the ministry. No, Hagrid said. But Dumbledore's the chief warlock of the Wizengamot and the greatest wizard alive, and he's expecting the boy. You want to block the boy who lived at the bank on his first day back? On the record? People nearby had stopped to watch. The man's eyes flicked to them. Murmurs carried. The goblin clerk watched without expression. The man lowered the clipboard a fraction. I'll file a report. This isn't the end of it. File it, Hagrid said. We'll be at Ollivander's. The man stood aside. Harry walked forward with Arcanine at his hip. The heat in Harry's chest eased a notch but stayed firm. He didn't look back. Outside, Harry said. They're going to try again. Hagrid kept his voice low. They don't like what they don't understand. Keep him close. Keep him calm. He's calm. They're the ones who aren't. Hagrid didn't argue. Ollivander's was quiet. Dust hung in the air. Boxes lined the walls. The old man slid out from between shelves and stopped when he saw the striped hound. His eyes sharpened. Mr. Potter, Ollivander said. And an unusual companion. Arcanine, Harry said. Ollivander stepped closer to Harry but not to Arcanine. I've seen bonds. Old bonds. Rare, but they exist. Wandor knows echoes of them. Wizard and power. Wizard and beast. Wizard and force. Can he come in? Harry asked. He's in, Ollivander said, faintly amused. We'll be practical. Wand arm? Harry held out his right hand. Ollivander said. He measured Harry's forearm, wrist, and fingers. Try this. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. Harry took the wand. The wood felt cool. A pulse went through the handle. His head tipped. The heat in Harry's chest lifted and steadied again, as if something had clicked into place. Ollivander watched the small shift in Arcanine's posture and nodded. Yes. That will do. What do you mean by old bonds? Harry asked. Ollivander tilted his head. Literal, Mr. Potter. A wizard and a powerful being develop a shared channel. Not words. Sensations. Heat. Pressure. Direction. It's not common. It's not new. It requires trust. Harry glanced at Arcanine. We've that. So I see, Ollivander said. He packed the wand back in its box. Keep your hand steady. Don't point at what you don't intend to affect. Practice control. Wheel, Harry said. Good, Ollivander said. His gaze went to the big dog's eyes again. He looks at your hands before he looks at your face. He'll watch your intent. Harry nodded. He does. They paid. Outside the shop, Harry stopped at a quiet corner and rested both palms against Arcanine's mane. He closed his eyes. Warmth rose against his hands and moved up his arms. A strong, even pressure filled his chest. Certainty. Trust. Loyalty. He sent back a simple answer with his own focus. Thank you? Stay with me. We go together. The pressure steadied. The heat warmed. All right? Hagrid asked. Yes, Harry said. They finished their list. Robes. Books. A trunk. People stared. Some whispered. No one approached again. On the way back through the leaky cauldron, a man by the fire muttered, "Shouldn't allow that in here." Harry didn't stop. Hagrid kept him moving. King's Cross was busy and loud. The clock showed time to spare. Hagrid pushed the trolley. Harry walked beside Arcanine. People moved around them with quick looks and then faster steps, which left them a clear path. We go through there, Hagrid said, nodding between platforms 9 and 10. Walk straight at the barrier. Bit o' a trick. Don't overthink it. Keep close. The striped hound fits? Harry asked. Hagrid looked at the stripes and the mane and the big frame. He'll fit if you do. Magic takes intent as much as mass. Stay in contact. Harry put his hand deep in the mane. He pressed back. Steady. Ready. Hagrid crouched to Harry's eye level. One more thing. Dumbledore want a word when we get there. I'll tell him what I saw. Calm. Protective. But he'll still ask questions. He can ask, Harry said. I'll answer. I won't hand Arcanine over. Hagrid's mouth pulled to one side. Just keep your temper. Let me do some talkin'. And keep him from roastin' anyone who uses the wrong word. He hasn't roasted anyone, Harry said. I know, Hagrid said. I'm sayin' it out loud because some folks will act like Hill. Yes, saw that official. Folks are scared. They'll try to make their fear your problem. Don't let 'em decide for ye. Harry nodded. Thanks. Hagrid straightened. Right then. Through ye go. Harry took a breath, set his shoulder to Arcanine's neck, and walked at a steady pace. The surface of the barrier met him and yielded. Cool air from the other side hit his face. The red train stood on the track. Students and parents filled the platform. Owls hooted. Cats in baskets complained. Trunks rattled. Voices rose and fell. People turned at the sight of he. Some stepped back. Some pointed. One boy swore under his breath and hid behind his mother. A witch in green robes watched with interest and didn't move at all. Arcanine stood tall and still beside Harry. The eyes tracked movement. The chest moved in even breaths. Heat reached Harry's arm in regular pulses. Calm. Ready. Harry looked at the train. Then at the platform. He checked his trunk, his wand, the locket in his pocket. Then he put his hand back into the mane and felt the steady answer. They were ready for school. He could see already that some people would try to push him and talk over him and make rules about things they didn't understand. Then he noted their faces. Then he kept his jaw loose. Then he kept his voice low. We'll handle it, he said. Hagrid came through the barrier behind them, a little out of breath. There ye are. Good lad. Harry nodded once. We're here. Arcanine stood beside him, heat steady against his hand, eyes forward. Chapter 2, Trials, Trust, and the First Test. The great hall doors opened. Harry walked beside the big dog. The cream mane brushed his sleeve. Heat reached his hand in steady pulses. Students stared. Some pointed. A few moved their chairs to make a wider path. A girl with bushy hair stepped forward from the new first years. Is that allowed? A boy pulled her back by the sleeve. Don't stand so close. Professor McGonagall led them toward the stool. The Sorting Hat sat on it. She read names. Students went up, sat, and left for their tables. Potter, Harry. The whispers rose. There he's. Is that a tiger? That's not a tiger. Look at the mane. Why is it so calm? Harry sat. The hat dropped over his eyes. Cloth touched his forehead. A voice spoke in his head. Interesting, the hat said. Power near you, but not from a wand. Not from blood alone. An old bond. Not common. Harry kept his jaw still. He's with me. I can see that, the hat said. You've caution. You've push. You protect what is yours. You resist control. You want room to decide. Gryffindor would hold you. Slytherin would try to use you. Ravenclaw would test you. Hufflepuff would steady you. Put me where I can keep him with me, Harry said. Where I won't be told to leave him. You will be told many things, the hat said. You will say no to many things. Very well. You will need courage for that. The hat shouted, Gryffindor. Applause came from the red and gold table. Harry stood, lifted the hat, and looked down at Arcanine. Arcanine looked up. The eyes were steady. Harry walked to the table with his hand in the mane. Ron Weasley sat far down the bench with his shoulders drawn in. He looked at the striped hound, then away. Then he shifted to give space between them. The bushy-haired girl slid onto the bench across from Harry. I'm Hermione Granger, she said. May I ask a few questions? You can, Harry said. She glanced at Arcanine's paws. What species is he? Arcanine, Harry said. That is the name of the species and his name. Origin? I don't know the location, Harry said. He was beside me when I was very small. He has stayed since then. Abilities? Hermione asked. I don't mean everything. Just the basics. He moves very fast, Harry said. He can cover 50 feet in a second. He produces fire from his mouth. Then he tracks threats with his eyes and ears. Then he reacts only if someone harms me or tries to. Is he intelligent? Hermione asked. He understands speech and signals, Harry said. He understands plans. He makes choices. Bond? When I touch him, I feel sensations, Harry said. Heat. Pressure. Calm or alert. The feelings change with the situation. I can press back with my own focus. It's not words. Control? Hermione asked. Can you command him? I can ask, Harry said. He decides based on the bond and what he sees. Safety? He has never hurt anyone who didn't try to hurt me first, Harry said. He warns with sound and stance. Hermione nodded. Thank you. I want to read about this. There must be a record of bonds in magical history. If you find one, tell me, Harry said. Hermione said. She looked at he again. His fur patterns are clear. The orange stripes are sharp against the black. The mane is dense. His eyes track every movement. He's watching hands, Harry said. Hermione lowered her hands to the table and kept them still. Understood. Ron leaned in from down the bench without looking at Harry. Hope it doesn't shed, he muttered to the boy beside him. Hope it doesn't drool on the beds. Harry heard him but didn't answer. He fed Arcanine a short look. Calm came back through the bond. The week moved fast. McGonagall met them at the tower entry and said, Mr. Potter, your companion must remain outside classrooms. He may wait at the corridor corners. If he blocks passages, you will move him. He responds to my hand and voice, Harry said. I'll keep him clear. Madame Hooch walked them to the pitch. She stared at Arcanine for 2 seconds, then blew her whistle. He stays off the grass during drills. If he runs outside the lines. He'll wait, Harry said. Snape paused when he saw the big dog at the corridor mouth. No beasts in my room, he said, crisp and flat. He'll not enter, Harry said. Snape looked at Harry's face. See that he doesn't. Arcanine waited through classes with head up and chest steady. When students rushed by and bumped Harry's shoulder, the mane rose a fraction and settled. When someone laughed too close to Harry's ear, the ears tipped forward then back. Harry kept one hand near the cream fur when they moved between lessons. Heat from the fur kept the contact real. In charms, Ron leaned to 2 boys. It's not fair. Potter gets special treatment, bringing that thing to school. Harry looked over. Say that to me, he said. Ron flushed but kept his eyes on the feather. Just saying rules are rules. Hermione whispered to Harry. Ignore it. Focus on the swish. I heard him, Harry said, then went back to the wand motion. That evening the common room was loud. The fire cracked. First years compared classes. Hermione spread books on the table. Ron sat in an armchair with his legs out, talking to Seamus and Dean. Hermione closed a book. Harry, can we discuss a study plan for tomorrow? We can, Harry said. Ron raised his voice. Must be nice to have a giant guard dog clearing halls. Harry turned. Ron. Ron stiffened. What? Say it, Harry said. Ron glanced at Hermione, then at Arcanine resting by the portrait hole. My dad works at the ministry. He says creatures like that should be registered and controlled. That's prejudice, Hermione said at once. You're judging something just because it's different. Ron frowned. It's common sense. If it's unknown, you register it. You keep it from hurting people. The striped hound isn't a thing, Harry said. If you've a problem with him, you've a problem with me. Ron looked at Harry's hand on the tabletop. I don't want problems. I'm saying what we hear at home. Hermione leaned forward. Ron, have you seen Arcanine do anything unsafe? Anything at all? He takes up space, Ron said. People have to move around him. People move around furniture, Hermione said. They move around tapestries. They move around prefects standing in doorways. Ron's ears went red. It watches everyone. Good, Harry said. That keeps me safe. Ron's mouth tightened. You think you're special. I think I've something that protects me, Harry said. I won't apologize for that. Ron shifted in the chair. If it bites someone. He hasn't bitten anyone, Harry said. He warns. If someone swings at me, he growls. That's the pattern. Don't swing, and there's no growl. Hermione's tone softened. Ron, you can sit with us. Ask questions. Learn what it can do and what it doesn't do. Ron looked at Arcanine again. The eyes were half-lidded but tracking. I'll pass. Fine, Harry said. But stop talking to other people about special treatment. Say it to me or don't say it. Ron lifted his hands. All right. I said it. I still think there should be rules. There are rules, Hermione said. And we follow them. Ron pushed up from the chair. I'm going to bed. Good night, Hermione said. Ron left without answering. Hermione exhaled. He feels threatened. He'll get over it or he won't. He can keep his distance, Harry said. He looked at Heat pulse steady. Calm. Study plan? Hermione asked. Yes, Harry said. 2 days later, Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve in the library. I found a title in the card catalog, she said in a low voice. Aura and Beasts of Legend. The card shows it in ancient lore, shelf L17. Let's go, Harry said. They went to L17. The space between two tomes was empty. Dust lines showed a missing book's outline. Hermione's eyes narrowed. It should be here. Maybe it's out, Harry said. She checked nearby shelves, then the top ledges, then the bottom row. Nothing. She returned to the desk and spoke to Madame Pants. Excuse me. I'm looking for a book listed in the catalog. Aura and Beasts of Legend. Madame Pants's fingers paused on the ledger. That section is limited. The card says it's in ancient lore, not restricted, Hermione said. Madame Pants pressed her lips together. That section was cleared out years ago on the headmaster's orders. Hermione blinked. Cleared out? Removed, Madame Pants said. Not for students. Is there a record? Hermione asked. A note of where the books went. Madame Pants adjusted a stack of returns. They went where they needed to go. That is all. Harry stepped up. Who needed them? Madame Pants looked at him, then at the cream mane visible beyond the end of a stack. This is a library. Lower your voice. Harry lowered his voice. Who needed them? Staff, she said. Now, if you've no other business. Hermione tugged Harry's sleeve. Thank you, she said to Madame Pants, then pulled Harry toward a corner table. They sat. Hermione opened a notebook. Cross-references, she said. The catalog points from that title to 3 others. Old Bonds and the Wizard's Path. Founders' Compacts. The Law of Familiar Tethers. Are they here? Harry asked. She checked, then shook her head. No. All 3 are missing or marked archived. That cannot be chance. Harry reached into his robe and took out the locket. He set it on the table. Look at this again. Hermione leaned close. Oval. Scratches. Symbols cut into the surface. She traced one in the air without touching it. This isn't standard runic. The angles are different. The stroke order is odd. It might be Proto-Runic script. What does it mean? Harry asked. I can guess at roots, Hermione said. She pointed to 3 characters grouped together. This shape repeats. It could mark a bond, or a name, or a class of being. If the book existed, it might explain this. Harry touched the locket. The metal warmed under his fingers. Arcanine edged his head around the end of the shelf to look at them. The symbols gave off a faint orange glow. It was steady, not bright. Did you see that? Hermione whispered. Yes, Harry said. Hermione wrote quickly. Response to proximity. When Arcanine focuses, symbols glow faintly orange. That is specific. It's not random. Someone hid the book, Harry said. Or someone decided students shouldn't know about bonds, Hermione said. Both fit the facts. Who? Harry asked. Hermione lowered her voice more. Madame Pants said the headmaster ordered to clear out. That points to Professor Dumbledore. He told Hagrid he was worried about unknown creatures, Harry said. Worry isn't proof of bad intent, Hermione said. But worry plus missing books is a pattern. We need more data. Where do we get it? Harry asked. The restricted section, Hermione said. It's for students with notes from teachers. We'll not get a note, so we've to be careful. Harry looked at her. You want to sneak in? I want information, Hermione said. We can use the cloak you showed me last night. Harry nodded. We keep the big dog close as a guard. Hermione looked at Arcanine's shoulders and then at the door. He cannot fit under a cloak. He can wait at the corridor mouth and listen, Harry said. If someone comes, he'll warn. If it's urgent, he'll act. Hermione set her jaw. Then tonight. Near midnight, the common room was empty. Harry put on the invisibility cloak and held it wide so Hermione could stand close at his side. The cloth covered them both to the floor. Arcanine followed at a steady pace. His paws made no sound on the stone. Heat reached Harry through the cloak's folds. At the library door, the striped hound lay down at the corner where he could see both approaches. Harry bent and touched the mane. 2 taps if someone is coming. 3 taps if it's urgent. Arcanine blinked once. Harry felt 2 soft pushes of pressure under his ribs. Agreement. They slipped inside. Shelves rose in the dark. The restricted section fence and chains sat at the back. Harry moved the cloak aside enough to unhook the chain. The links clicked once. He stopped moving, waited, then eased the gate open. Hermione whispered, Look for anything on compacts, bonds, guardians. They worked the end of one row, then another. Hermione pulled a volume with a cracked spine. Legendary Companions, Fragments. She opened to the table of contents, then to a chapter. Listen. She read in a low voice. In several recorded cases, a wizard formed a nonverbal link with a powerful being. The bond manifested as shared sensation. Temperature changes. Pressure at the breastbone. Directional impulse felt at the hands. Harry placed his palm against his chest. Heat and pressure, he said. Hermione nodded and read on. These bonds didn't follow familiar contracts. They were not summoned. They were not house-based. They appeared under stress or at events of high magical change. Harry whispered, My parents died that night. Hagrid said there was a lot of magic. Hermione turned a page. The founders debated bonds. One fragment suggests Slytherin wanted to harness them for conquest. Another says Gryffindor argued for partnership. Harry looked at the next shelf. That matches what we see. He's not a tool. He's a partner. Hermione switched books. Old Bonds and the Law. She read. After early abuses, several councils restricted public knowledge. Certain texts were removed to archives. The claim was safety. Harry stared at the page. Removed on purpose. Deliberately, Hermione said. Listen to this note in the margin. She traced a faded line. Knowledge breeds imitation. Remove the lure. That isn't safety, Harry said. That is control. Hermione met his eyes. It could be both. But it leaves people like you with no guidance. Like us, Harry said, and tapped the locket. The metal grew warm. Hermione kept reading. Legendary Guardians is a term used for beings that pair with wizards who meet certain conditions. Courage. Resolve. Refusal to yield control. The Guardians don't obey councils. Harry breathed out. That explains the Ministry, man. And the missing books, Hermione said. If councils cannot command guardians, they hide the knowledge and try to limit the cases. Harry tightened his grip on the cloak neck. Then we find all of it. Hermione scanned another page. There is a reference to a chamber. House the remnant of the founders' debate on the seventh rise. Leave it sealed from wand work. The unbound path will open it. Seventh rise? Harry said. Seventh floor, Hermione said. Stair landings are rises. It matches. Sealed from wand work means wand spells trigger a defense. So how do we open it? Harry asked. Maybe the unbound path means non-wand power, Hermione said, and looked toward the door. Two soft taps pressed under Harry's ribs. Someone is coming, Harry whispered. Hermione returned the books to the exact spots. She shut the gate. Harry slid the chain back. Footsteps entered the outer hall. Filch's voice muttered. A lantern glow slid under the door. Harry and Hermione stood with their backs to a heavy shelf. The cloak covered them. The door opened. Filch stepped in with Mrs. Norris at his heels. The cat's eyes shone in the light. The pupils narrowed. The nose lifted and tested the air. It walked toward their aisle. Harry's breath slowed. The bond pressed once. Urgent. 3 short pulses. The cat turned into their row. It sniffed and then looked over the low chain. It stepped onto the restricted floor and raised its head toward them. Filch's boots creaked behind it. Harry's right hand came out from under the cloak and made a small signal toward the door. Go. Arcanine moved. He covered 50 feet in 1 second. To the eye, his orange and cream colors didn't remain distinct during the movement. The door opened outward before the latch could click. Air moved. A soft gust brushed the cat's whiskers. Filch turned at the rush of air in the corridor. "What? Who's there?" he said, and stomped into the hall with the lantern high. The door swung shut again. Harry gripped Hermione's sleeve. They slipped along the shelf, past the chain, and out the side road to the wall. Mrs. Norris turned back toward the restricted fence, but Filch called again and the cat went to him. The footsteps moved away. Harry and Hermione eased out. He waited around the corner, head low, eyes angled to watch both ends. Harry put a hand into the mane. He'd press back. The urgent pulses eased. Hermione breathed out. That was close. 7th floor, Harry said. Now. They climbed. The castle was quiet except for portraits snoring. At the 7th floor landing, Harry stopped. A blank stretch of wall faced them. No door. Hermione murmured, "House the remnant on the 7th rise. Leave it sealed from wand work. There will be a trigger." Harry stepped along the wall with his palm on the stone. The locket warmed through his robe. Arcanine stood with head up, ears forward. Hermione tried a light tap with her wand. Revelio. The stone flashed red and an alarm tone rang in the corridor, high and sharp. Wand work triggers it, Hermione said, wincing. Sorry. Harry pulled her gently back. Don't use spells. A vertical seam appeared where her spell had touched, as if the wall acknowledged them. Runes glowed dull red around it. Harry placed his hand on the seam. The locket heated in his pocket. He took it out and set the metal against the stone. The orange symbols brightened. Try your hand and the locket at the same time, Hermione said. Harry pressed both. The wall hummed in a low tone. Runes brightened farther along the seam. The door outline formed. The sound of steps echoed from below. Prefect Patrol. The alarm must have reached them. Fast, Hermione said. Harry set his feet. Open. The seam held. The runes didn't change. He felt Arcanine's focus move to the door. The pressure under Harry's ribs rose. Ready. Fire won't be wand work, Hermione said. If the defense blocks wand spells, non-wand force might open it. The big dog, Harry said. He pointed to the seam. Fire blast. Here. Short burst. Arcanine opened his jaws. A concentrated stream of white-hot fire hit the stone. The heat was intense and dry. The stone's surface changed color and softened. Thin lines of melted stone slid down. The metal in the hinge points warped and sagged. The runes flared and pushed back. A wave of dark pressure rolled from the door and struck Arcanine's chest. His paws skidded an inch on the floor. His jaws closed. He braced. It's designed to repel non-magical power, Hermione said, panting. It recognizes fire as force and tries to push it away. Harry set his palm to the striped hound's mane. Heat rose into his hand and up his forearm. The pressure in his chest built to a steady force. Together, he said. Now. He focused on the seam and on the sense of forward pressure under his ribs. Then he pushed that pressure through his arm into Arcanine's shoulder. Arcanine's eyes sharpened. The flames restarted. The color shifted from red-orange to white at the center. The edges stayed contained. The stream didn't fan out. It held a tight shape. The door's runes brightened to harsh white and then flickered. A thin crack opened at the seam and ran upward. The sound was clear and high. Stone snapped. The dark push struck again and met the steady pressure moving from Harry into he. The two forces pressed against each other. The floor vibrated under their feet. Hold it, Hermione said. She kept watch at the corner. Footsteps halfway up. Harry's hand tightened in the mane. The heat in his chest rose to a hard, even level. There was no pain. It was strain. Arcanine's front legs planted. His claws found small holes in the stone. The flame stayed tight. The crack widened. A chunk of metal in the hinge glowed, sagged, and fell to the floor with a flat clank. The runes flashed once more and went out. The push stopped. Arcanine cut the flames. Smoke rose in thin lines. The seam gave way. The door swung inward 3 inches. Move, Harry said. He got his fingers into the gap and pulled. The big dog put his shoulder to the stone and shoved. The door opened enough for Hermione to slip through. Harry followed. Arcanine came last and turned sideways to fit. The door dragged at his flank and left a smear of ash on his fur. The inner room lit at their step. Then the wards flared again. A second layer of defense rose from the floor. Dark air pressed at Arcanine's chest and tried to push him back over the threshold. The pressure was directional and strong. The striped hound set his paws and pressed forward. His lips pulled back from his teeth. A low, steady growl came from him. The sound filled the small room and the hall beyond it. It's Anti-Guardian, Hermione said, voice tight. It's targeting him. Harry planted his feet, put both hands into the mane, and pushed the steady force from his chest into the contact again. With me. Arcanine's body heat rose. The growl deepened. He stepped forward 1 paw at a time. The push met the ward and didn't slow. The ward flexed and then cracked. A short, sharp sound popped. The pressure vanished. Shelves lined the walls. A table in the center held a stack of journals and a large leather-bound book. The title in faded ink read, Aura and Beasts of Legend. Hermione's breath caught. There it's. Grab it, Harry said. Hermione picked up the big book and slid it into her bag. She took 3 journals as well. Footsteps 4 doors away, she said. Different stride. Not Filch. Arcanine's ears tipped. Harry glanced to the doorway. A new line of runes lit along the ceiling. Another alarm tone started, lower than the first. Go, Harry said. He took point in the hall. Harry and Hermione followed, moving fast but keeping contact. They hit the stairwell and took the steps two at a time. Voices rose below. Prefects. A deeper voice behind them, calm and controlled, said, "This way." Hermione whispered, "That sounded like Professor Dumbledore." "Keep moving," Harry said. They turned a corner. A suit of armor stood against the wall. Arcanine moved past it. Harry and Hermione followed. A bright shape stepped from the far corridor into view. Professor Dumbledore stood there in a blue robe. His eyes went to the broken door behind them, then to Arcanine, then to Harry and Hermione. He took in the warped metal at a glance. His face didn't show anger or surprise. His mouth was closed. His eyes were steady. Harry stopped. Hermione stopped beside him. The big dog held position with his head level and eyes fixed on Dumbledore's hands. Dumbledore looked at the scorch on the stone and a thin stream of melted rock on the floor. He looked at the faint glow still fading from the ceiling runes. Then he looked at Harry's hand in the mane, and the way Harry's stance angled in front of Hermione. Dumbledore said in a level tone, "Good evening." The alarm tone continued for 3 beats, and then stopped. The corridor was quiet except for the sound of their breathing. Dumbledore glanced once more at the destroyed ward. "That is quite a door," he said, voice even. He raised his eyes to Harry and Hermione again and waited without moving. Chapter 3: The Whisper of the Serpent. Second year began with the same train platform and the same stairs. Arcanine walked at Harry's side from the carriages to the castle. Heat rolled off the cream mane in steady pulses that matched Harry's steps. The whispers were louder this time. Harry kept his hand in the fur and looked straight ahead. They didn't make it to breakfast. A crowd formed outside the library doors. A prefect waved students back. Colin Creevey lay stiff on the stone floor with his eyes wide. His skin looked waxy. His camera strap cut into his neck. A notebook lay open beside his arm. On the page, a sketch of Arcanine took up half the space. Notes filled the margins. Legendary creature bonding, shared sensations, heat reports, old bonds. McGonagall arrived at a brisk walk. "Back, please." She knelt, checked Colin's pulse, then looked up at Filch. "Petrified." Filch muttered and gathered the camera. "Always trouble." Harry stared at the notebook. Hermione's hand tightened on his sleeve. McGonagall rose and looked at them. "Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Inside my office. Now." They followed her into a side room. The striped hound waited at the doorway with his head low and eyes on McGonagall's hands. McGonagall shut the door. "Explain why Mr. Creevey was drawing your companion and taking notes on this." She tapped the word bonding with a fingernail. Hermione kept her voice steady. "Colin likes to ask questions. He asked Harry in the corridor last week if Arcanine understands commands. Harry told him we don't use commands. He wrote things down. That's all I know." McGonagall's gaze moved to Harry. "And you, Mr. Potter?" he asked. Harry said. "I didn't encourage it. I told him Arcanine protects me and stays calm." McGonagall folded her arms. "Do you know why he would be researching legendary creature bonding?" "No," Harry said. "He wanted to draw He said he likes details." McGonagall paused. "Mr. Creevey has been petrified. He's not the first student to be in danger at this school, and I'll not allow panic to spread. If you know anything else, you must say so." Hermione shook her head. "Professor, we're worried. We don't want anyone hurt." McGonagall's expression softened a fraction. "Good. Worry is appropriate. Curiosity without caution isn't. Your research habits last year were noticed." She looked at Harry. "If you find anything related to this attack, you will come to me at once. You won't act alone." Do you understand? Harry held her gaze. We understand you want that. McGonagall's mouth tightened. I'm asking you to be careful. We'll be careful, Hermione said. McGonagall nodded once. Very well. Go to breakfast. Keep your heads down. And, Mr. Potter, keep that companion of yours to the edges of the corridors. People are on edge. He stays where he can protect me, Harry said. I'm aware, McGonagall said. She opened the door. Off you go. They stepped out. Arcanine rose and fell in beside them. Harry looked once at Colin's notebook as Madame Pomfrey conjured a stretcher. The sketch of Arcanine was neat and exact. The notes were messy and eager. Harry set his jaw. 2 weeks later, the list had grown. A third year from Ravenclaw who wrote essays on ancient magic fell stiff in a stairwell. A Hufflepuff who helped Madame Pants with cataloguing lay frozen near a cart. Justin Finch Fletchley was found in the greenhouses with his eyes wide and fixed. Every victim had notes, or books linked to old lore. Word spread fast. Hermione moved piles of parchment around an empty classroom and spoke without looking up. It's a pattern. Harry stood by the window with the big dog at his hip. Say it. Someone is targeting people who might discover information about legendary guardians, Hermione said. Look. She put down 3 library slips. This one requested Founders Compacts the day before the attack. This one borrowed a journal with fragments on non-wand bonds. Justin asked Sprout about plant wards and non-wand repulsion fields. It fits. Harry looked at the door, then back. Then you're a target. I know, Hermione said. I'm not stopping. If the attacks focus on researchers, then the attacker is afraid of this knowledge. That means the knowledge can help us stop it. Or the attacker wants to keep the knowledge for themselves, Harry said. Either way, you fit. Hermione met his eyes. We prepare and we don't go anywhere alone. Agreed, Harry said. He glanced at Arcanine. He'll stay close. Hermione tapped another page. I traced the last known mentions of the Chamber of Secrets. The story says Slytherin kept a serpent guardian and left a monster inside a hidden chamber. Most students treat it as a story. I don't. Harry leaned on the desk. If Slytherin had a serpent guardian, he might have had a bond. Or he wanted one and failed. Or he corrupted something that started as a bond, Hermione said. That would explain the targeting. If the attacker is using a corrupted guardian, they would want to stop anyone who could identify the signs. Harry exhaled. Let's say that's true. How do we find the chamber? We cross-reference every mention of hidden rooms and serpents in the castle plans, Hermione said. We look for architecture that doesn't make sense. Dead space behind walls. Multiple pipe runs. Harry frowned. Pipes? Castles need water removal, Hermione said. Old plumbing sits in the walls. If a creature moves without being seen, it can use pipes. Arcanine won't fit in pipes, Harry said. I'm not asking him to, Hermione said. I'm building a model. Harry looked down at her notes. Lines and arrows connected names of victims to book titles. He pointed to one. Ravenclaw 3rd year. Wrote on sound-triggered wards. Hermione nodded. If the creature uses sound to move doors or ward triggers, that links to serpents. Hissing and sibilance can be keys. Harry's mouth tightened. There's another problem. Ron, Hermione said. Ron, Harry echoed. He's louder now. He sits with people who want the striped hound leashed or gone. Then he tells them my presence makes people targets. Hermione set her quill down. He's wrong and he's angry. I don't care that he's angry, Harry said. I care if he starts telling professors we brought this on. He isn't the attacker, Hermione said. But you're right. Don't give him fuel. Keep Arcanine calm and visible. No sudden runs in the corridors. He doesn't run unless I ask, Harry said. I know, Hermione said. I'm saying it out loud. Harry looked at the door again. If someone is hunting researchers, they'll come for you. Then we outwork them, Hermione said. We find the chamber first. Harry's hand dropped to the cream mane. He pressed back into his palm. We do it together. It happened after a Quidditch practice. The corridors were damp from a leak. A crowd clogged the passage outside a staircase. Red letters streaked across the wall in a straight line. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Mrs. Norris lay on the floor under the letters, stiff and cold. Her eyes were wide. Filch wailed and pushed students back. Teachers arrived and herded people away. Harry stared at the letters. The paint, whatever it was, smelled sharp and sour. He turned his head. A sound slid through the stones. It was a low hiss with breaks and turns. It came from within the wall and moved away. Harry caught Hermione's sleeve. Did you hear that? Hear what? She asked. A voice. In the walls. Hissing, Harry said. Hermione's face changed. Parseltongue. Harry kept his voice low. I didn't speak to it. I just heard it. You've to tell Dumbledore about the voice, Hermione said. I don't trust Dumbledore, Harry said. You saw how he looked at that broken ward last year. He's hiding things. But this is serious, Hermione said. People are getting hurt. I know it's serious, Harry said. Telling him gives him control over our lead. He'll say to stop. He'll move us out and move someone else in. We're children, Hermione said, words tight. We need help. We need someone who won't try to pull Arcanine off me, Harry said. I won't risk that. Not with a serpent in the walls. Hermione stepped closer. Harry, this isn't about the books anymore. It's an attack pattern. A message on a wall. A voice you can hear and I can't. That's a specific risk. We'll figure it out ourselves, Harry said. We keep moving. We get to the chamber first. Hermione looked at the letters again. Then we do it fast. They worked in the library every night. Hermione kept her voice low while she read from copies of old histories. Harry took notes and tracked locations on a rough map of the castle. He lay near the end of the row with his head on his paws and his eyes open. Hermione slid a page across the table. Here. Late entry. Slytherin couldn't tolerate those who wouldn't speak to serpents. He raised a guardian from eggs in the dark. Then he taught it to follow one voice. Serpent Guardian, Harry said. That matches the message. It also means control. One voice. Hermione flipped another page. And this. Some tried to bind powers that were not summoned. They carved marks and tried to fix them to a house. The bonds failed and twisted. Harry nodded. Corrupted guardians. If they tried to force a bond, the result would be violent. Which explains petrification, Hermione said. A basilisk's gaze kills. Mirrors and indirect looks petrify. If the attacker uses pipes, the creature can move unseen and strike through water and reflections. Harry pointed to a map. Pipes run from the girls' bathroom on the second floor to main drains. That bathroom is always empty. The taps rattle. It's the most likely entry. Hermione looked up. Tom Riddle could control something from the chamber. He had a diary last time he was a student. That diary went missing according to one line in a staff log. If the diary is back, someone could be under its influence. So he left a tool, Harry said. Someone finds it, and the attacks start. They both went quiet. Quill's scratches from another table stopped. Lockhart stood at the end of the aisle with a stack of books in his arms. He smiled too widely. "Burning the midnight oil, my young scholars?" Lockhart said in a bright tone. "Doing a bit of research, are we?" Hermione closed the open volume with her palm. "We're studying for history of magic." "Excellent," Lockhart said. "History was always my strongest subject. So many valuable lessons from my adventures. Did I mention I once tracked a banshee through a marsh using only—" "We've got it covered," Harry said. Lockhart's eyes slid to Arcanine. "And the pet continues to attend, I see. Fascinating. I've kept the headmaster informed of your academic vigor. He appreciates awareness." Harry's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean by informed?" "Nothing to worry about," Lockhart said. "It's only sensible to keep the headmaster apprised when students take an interest in dangerous legends and old chambers." Hermione's voice cooled. "We're trying to stop the attacks." Lockhart's smile thinned. "Leave stopping attacks to professionals. Professor Dumbledore needs to know if you're meddling in dangerous business." "We're not meddling," Harry said. "We're reading." Lockhart's gaze returned to Arcanine. "That creature of yours is the real danger, Potter. People talk. The Ministry watches." "He protects me," Harry said. Of course," Lockhart said lightly. "Do run along back to your dormitories. I'll just check a few references." He winked and strolled away. Harry stared after him. "He's been taking notes on us." Hermione's mouth was a flat line. "He's reporting to Dumbledore." Harry gathered the map. "Then we move faster." They went back to the texts. Hermione traced a paragraph with her finger and read in a whisper. "The chamber lies below the school. Entry is set behind a sink with a serpentine mark. The door obeys the language of snakes." Harry looked up. "Parseltongue." "You can open it," Hermione said. "We need to confirm which sink." "We check the second-floor bathroom," Harry said. "We go during dinner tomorrow." Hermione nodded. "Agreed." They shut their books and packed up. The big dog rose and shook out his mane. The sound was low and even. "Let's go," Harry said. As they reached the door, Lockhart reappeared from another aisle, still smiling. Harry stopped. "You've been spying on us," Harry said. Lockhart spread his hands. "Such a harsh word. I prefer mentoring." "You told Dumbledore where we read and what we read," Harry said. "The headmaster needs to know if you're meddling in dangerous business," Lockhart said. "He values my judgment." Hermione stepped in. "We're trying to stop the attacks. If you want to help, stop following us and start reading what we're reading." Lockhart laughed once. "My dear, I wrote most of the books they stock in the defense section. I know what I'm doing." "Then you know this isn't about your stories," Harry said. "It's about a chamber and a serpent. Stay out of our way." Lockhart's eyes went cold for a second. "I'll do what the headmaster asks." Harry didn't move. "So will we. And he didn't ask us to stop reading." Lockhart stepped aside. "Good night, Mr. Potter. Miss Granger." They left without answering. The next evening, Harry waited outside the library entrance while Hermione finished copying a passage. Arcanine lay at his feet with his head up. Students passed in small groups. The corridor was quiet. Harry checked the time. She's late. Arcanine's ears tipped forward. The pressure under Harry's ribs tightened. Not calm. Alert. Harry pushed the doors open. Hermione? No answer. He moved between shelves fast, checking the table where they had worked. Books lay open. Hermione wasn't there. Hermione? His voice echoed. No response. The striped hound stepped ahead with his nose low. He turned left, then right, then stopped. Then he looked down. Hermione lay on the floor between two rows with her eyes open and her limbs stiff. Her hand gripped a torn scrap of parchment. Her mouth was slightly open. She didn't blink. Harry stopped breathing for 1 second. Then he crouched hard. Hermione. His hands shook when he touched her shoulder. Her skin felt cold. He pressed his fingers under her jaw. Pulse. Slow but there. He let out air in a short burst. He pried the paper from her hand. One word in her writing: pipes. Help! Harry shouted. Madame Pomfrey! Help! Madame Pants appeared from the desk. She saw Hermione and gasped. Don't touch her. She's petrified, Harry said, voice rough. Get Pomfrey. Madame Pants ran. Harry kept one hand on Hermione's sleeve. I'm here, he said, voice shaking. I'm here. Pomfrey arrived with McGonagall close behind. Back, Pomfrey ordered. She cast quick diagnostic charms. Petrification again. We'll move her to the hospital wing. McGonagall's voice was tight. How did you find her? I was waiting outside, Harry said. She was late. I came in. She was here. McGonagall looked at Arcanine, then back to Harry. Mr. Potter, with me to the hospital wing. Now. They moved Hermione on a stretcher. Harry walked beside it with his fingers on the edge. Arcanine stayed close, eyes moving. Students pressed against walls to give them space. The hospital wing doors swung open. Pomfrey set Hermione on a bed and covered her with a blanket. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said. He stood at the foot of the bed. His face was calm. Tell me what happened. Harry's jaw tightened. She was helping me. You knew this was dangerous and you did nothing. Dumbledore held his hands loosely. I cannot reveal all my knowledge, Harry. Some secrets must remain hidden for the greater good. I don't care about your greater good, Harry said. His voice shook. I care about Hermione. I care about Miss Granger as well, Dumbledore said. Madame Pomfrey will keep her stable. The mandrakes aren't mature. When they're ready, we can restore her. She wrote pipes, Harry said, and held up the scrap. She figured it out. She was ahead of you. She's on that bed because she was helping me and because you kept us in the dark. Dumbledore's tone stayed level. I understand your anger. No, you don't, Harry said. You look at me and you see your plans. You see rules and wards and missing books. I see my friend who talks too fast when she's excited and makes lists for everything and corrects my spelling. She's quiet now. That's on me and it's on you. Pomfrey glanced between them but kept working. McGonagall stood near the door with a set jaw. Dumbledore said, If you've heard anything unusual. I heard a voice in the walls at the message, Harry said. A hissing voice. Hermione told me to tell you. I didn't. I don't trust what you do with information. That's the truth. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Mr. Potter. Harry rounded on her. You asked me to be careful. I've been careful. I keep him calm. He pointed at he. I keep him to the edges. We read. We look. We try to stop this. She still ended up on a bed. So don't tell me about careful. Tell me what you're doing that works. Dumbledore didn't raise his voice. We're investigating. We're trying to keep students safe. It's not working, Harry said. Dumbledore stepped closer to the bed and looked at Hermione's face. Miss Granger is brave and clever. She left you a clue. Use it to keep yourself alive. Tell me anything you learn that you judge useful. I just did, Harry said. Pipes. Dumbledore nodded once. Then start there. Harry stared at him. You're not going to explain anything, are you? I cannot explain everything, Dumbledore said. Then I'll solve it without you, Harry said. He turned to Pomfrey. Please take care of her. I'll, Pomfrey said. Go, Mr. Potter. Don't make me regret letting you stay. Harry looked at Hermione's still face. His voice dropped. I'm coming back. He left the hospital wing with Arcanine at his hip. The corridor outside was empty. He leaned against the wall and breathed once through his nose. The bond thumped under his ribs, steady and strong. Arcanine pressed his head to Harry's shoulder. Heat moved into Harry's skin. Harry opened his fist and looked at the scrap again. Pipes, he said. Second floor bathroom. He straightened. We're going now. The big dog's eyes fixed forward. He moved into a steady trot. They took the stairs without slowing. The second floor corridor was quiet and damp. The out-of-order sign hung on the door of the girls' bathroom. Harry pushed it open. Cold tile. Dripping taps. A stall door creaked. No one else there. Harry walked to the row of sinks. He ran his hand under the taps. One faucet had a small serpent etched near the base. He stared at it. There. He swallowed and leaned forward. Then he made the sound he had heard in the wall. The hiss started low and rose. The etched serpent shifted. The sink basin slid back. Pipes inside the wall groaned. The floor split in a circle and opened to a stone shaft. Air rose from the shaft, cool and damp. Harry looked at Arcanine. We're going down. I'll need you at my back. Arcanine stepped to the edge and looked down. He lifted his head again and met Harry's eyes. The pressure under Harry's ribs pushed forward. Ready. Harry tightened his grip on the locket through his robe. We finish this. We bring her back. He stepped onto the pipe and slid into the dark shaft. The striped hound dropped after him with a controlled push, claws finding holds on the smooth surface. The sound of their movement was plain and sharp in the narrow space. They went down together. Chapter 4: Broken Trust and the Price of Power. Moist air rose up the shaft. The stone was slick. Harry slid with his back to the pipe and his feet braced. Arcanine dropped after him with a controlled push, claws catching shallow lines in the stone. The sound of their movement echoed in plain bursts. They reached a junction and stepped onto a wet landing. The walls were dark and damp. Algae gave off a faint green tint in the water pools. The smell was sharp and rotten from old things left alone. Bones lay along the passage edges in dry piles. Some were small. Some were long. The floor sloped down. Water dripped from seams in steady drops. Harry put his palm in Arcanine's mane. He pressed back into his hand. The pressure under his ribs was firm and even. They moved. The passage opened into a long hall. Thick pillars rose to a low ceiling. Carvings of snakes ran along both sides. The stone was cold to the touch. At the far end, the wall held a massive stone face. The beard lines were cut deep. The mouth was closed. Here, Harry said. A figure formed in front of the face. Edges took shape from a faint mist. Tom Riddle stood there in a school uniform, solid and not solid at once. His eyes were clear and focused. "Harry Potter," Tom said. "You made it faster than I expected." Harry kept his hand on the mane. "You used a diary." Tom smiled. "You're quick." "Yes. My memory on a page. It still works." "Where is the basilisk?" Harry asked. Tom tilted his head. "There are many guardians in old stories. Some are snakes. Some are greater. Do you think the founders only played with one kind of power?" Harry didn't answer. Tom looked at he. "You're like me, Potter. You've power that fools above fear." "I'm nothing like you," Harry said. Tom's tone was light. "You bond with beasts. I control them. We both reject their limitations." "I don't control Arcanine," Harry said. "We're partners." Tom laughed, short and bright. "Partners. Such a sweet word. You'll change it to tool when the need is real. Or someone else will do it for you." He turned to the stone face and raised his voice. "Come!" A deep vibration ran through the floor. Water in the pools shook. The mouth of the stone face split on hidden seams and opened. Pipes behind it rattled and shifted. The green tint brightened. "Let's see your partner's limits," Tom said and stepped back. Water surged. A long shape forced through the opening and uncoiled in the hall. It was not a snake. A Gyarados rose out of the dark channel, 40 feet long from jaw to tail. Its dark blue scales were turned a sickly purple along the ridges. Red light filled its eyes, flat and hot. Its mouth opened wide enough to take a grown man whole. Water ran in sheets over its plates. Harry's fingers tightened in the mane. "Extreme speed, right now!" Arcanine moved. He became hard to track with the eyes during the burst. Then he crossed 30 feet and then 20 more, paws striking stone in quick steps and stopping on a dry patch. A blast of water from the Gyarados' mouth tore through the space the big dog had just left. The stone floor chipped and a pool exploded. "Hydro pump," Harry said. "It wants to crush us with volume. Keep moving." The Gyarados swung its head and fired again. The stream hammered the pillars and threw water across the hall. Harry raised his wand. "Protego!" The shield formed flat and clear. The spray hit it in a hard sheet. Cold soaked his sleeves. He slid back 2 steps and set his feet. "Flamethrower, eyes!" Harry shouted. Arcanine anchored and sent a sharp line of flame at the Gyarados' face. Fire hit water. Steam blew up in a white burst. The sound was loud and sharp, like a kettle scaled up by 100. Heat washed over Harry's skin and burned his cheeks. He blinked tears away and kept his wand up. The Gyarados lunged through the steam. Its jaw crashed into the stone where Arcanine had stood 1 second before. The striped hound was already gone, a blur to the left, then behind it. He raked flame along the plates at the base of the neck. The purple sheen on the scales rippled and held. "It's corrupted," Harry said. "That purple layer resists heat. We push through." Another hydro pump cut across the hall. Harry shoved more power into the shield and felt his forearm ache. "Left pillar!" he called. Arcanine darted behind cover. The stream struck the stone and broke in a spray. Harry dropped the shield and moved 2 strides to a new line. The pressure under Harry's ribs climbed. It pressed outward and forward. He felt Arcanine's breath rate without counting. Then he felt the thump of a heartbeat that matched his own. Then he focused that pressure like a line from his chest to his hand. "Flamethrower, narrow, then cut," Harry said. His flame tightened to a thin line and swept across a hinge of scale under the jaw. The line of purple bubbled. The Garridos jerked back and hissed. The sound was low and rough. Again, Harry said. The Garridos' tail slammed into a pillar and broke a section free. Stone crashed down. Water spread across the floor in a wide sheet. Harry's boots slipped for half a step. He caught himself on a ridge and kept his wand up. Close, he said. We need a break point. The Garridos drew in and fired another hydro pump. Arcanine cut across it with extreme speed, then fired back immediately. Steam burst and roared again. Heat and cold met in blasts that made Harry's skin sting. On my count, Harry said. We go together. The pressure in his chest rose to a hard, steady level. It pushed through his arms. His fingers tingled. He set his feet and raised his wand to line with Arcanine's muzzle. 3, Harry said, voice even. 2, 1. Now! Harry drove the pressure out through the wand. The big dog drew deep and sent a fire blast. The shape of the flame was a 5-point burst at the mouth that collapsed into a tight cone. Harry's channel met it. The two streams joined into a single column. The color shifted to white gold at the center. The heat spiked. The air shook. The stone under their feet softened at the surface and ran in small shiny lines. The column hit the Garridos in the mouth and drove through the throat. The purple sheen on the scales turned black and flaked. The red light in the eyes flickered. The water around the body boiled at the surface and rolled back in a ring. Hold, Harry said through his teeth. Arcanine held. Harry kept the push steady. His arms shook. His chest ached with the strain like a weight held out too long, not like pain from a wound. The column bored through. The corruption burned away in strips that curled and fell. The Garridos' body jerked and then sagged. The tail dropped with a hard slap. The head slid to the side. The column cut a line across the back wall. An ancient ward pattern carved into the stone lit up in dull red, then cracked. The sound was sharp. The groove split down the center and blew dust. A chunk of carved line fell out and hit the floor with a flat bang. Stop, Harry said. Arcanine cut the fire. The hall went quiet except for dripping and the slow collapse of steam. The Garridos lay still. The purple sheen was gone in long tracks. The water settled. Harry's knees gave. He dropped. The striped hound moved under him fast and took his weight across the shoulder. Heat covered Harry's side through his robe. He held the mane and breathed. Tom Riddle's voice sharpened. No! Harry looked up. Tom's outline flickered. The broken ward glowed and then went dark. Tom's face twisted. You burned my link. You shouldn't have been able to do that. Harry's voice was hoarse. We did. Tom reached toward him and came up against nothing. His hand went through air and left a smear of smoke. His outline tore in two places. He screamed in a raw sound without echo and then ripped apart into nothing. The air where he had stood was empty. Harry rested his forehead against the mane for 3 seconds. Then he pushed himself upright. We're not done! Arcanine's breath was steady and strong. The pressure under Harry's ribs eased from strain to a firm baseline. He stood and checked the hall. The mouth of the stone face hung open with broken hinges. The ward groove on the back wall was split and dead. Let's go, Harry said. They turned and moved for the passage. They climbed back through the shaft and pushed into the second-floor bathroom. The sink slid back into place at Harry's hiss. He wiped water from his face with his sleeve. His hands shook once and then steadied. Hospital wing first, he said. Then we talk to Pomfrey. They moved through quiet corridors. Prefect patrols had passed. The castle was in the slow hour before dawn. The gargoyle by Dumbledore's office stood at its post with a blank face. Harry took 2 steps past and then stopped. Voices came from above. The office door was not fully closed. The sound carried down the stairwell in clear lines. Harry stood still. Arcanine stopped beside him. The pressure under Harry's ribs shifted to alert. Dumbledore's voice calm, low, even. The test was successful. Potter and his guardian demonstrated the power level I suspected. Ron's voice, tight, tired, guilty. But Hermione got hurt. People could have died. Dumbledore. Regrettable but necessary. We needed to gauge the Guardian's tether strength. The ancient prophecy demands we know the full extent of this power before we attempt to control it. Ron, you said this was for his own good. To protect him. Dumbledore. It's for his good. And for the greater good of our world. That creature represents power that could tear down the statute of secrecy. Potter must be guided towards sacrificing it when the time comes. The prophecy is clear. The Guardian's power must be channeled through the Chosen One to defeat the Dark Lord, not kept as a pet. Ron. What if he refuses? Dumbledore. Then we've contingencies. The Ministry has developed restraints for unknown magical creatures. If Potter cannot be reasoned with, the Guardian will be contained for study. Its power is too valuable to waste. Ron. You're talking about he like it's a broom or a cauldron. Dumbledore. I'm talking about power and duty. Names don't change outcomes. Ron. He'll hate me if he finds out. Dumbledore. You're serving a higher purpose, Ronald. Your family understands the importance of control and order. The Weasleys have always stood for proper magical law. Ron. Dad works in misuse of Muggle artifacts. He hates what the Ministry does to people. Then he hates seeing good ideas crushed by rules. Dumbledore. Arthur Weasley obeys the law even when he dislikes parts of it. That is the point. Ron. You told me to keep an eye on Harry. You told me to push him to do things the right way. You told me to report if he was getting reckless. I did that. But this was a setup. Dumbledore. You're framing it incorrectly. We observed. We didn't force Potter into the chamber. He chose to go. Then he chose to use the Guardian's fire. Then he revealed the bond's capacity of his own will. Ron. You held back information that could have stopped the attacks earlier. Dumbledore. I didn't have complete information. I rarely do. I weigh risks. I act for the good of many. Ron. Hermione's not many. She's our friend. Dumbledore. And she'll recover when the mandrakes mature. Her injury isn't permanent. Ron. That doesn't make it right. Dumbledore. Right and necessary are sometimes different. Ron. You keep saying prophecy. You won't even show it. Dumbledore. Prophecies aren't for children to carry in their pockets. They're burdens. I carry them. Ron. You want Harry to sacrifice Arcanine. That's not protection. That's planning to kill his friend. Dumbledore. Sacrifice isn't murder. It's choice in service of survival. Ron. Whose choice? Yours? Dumbledore. I'll ask Harry. I'll try to make him understand. I'll not lie to him when the time comes. Ron. You're lying now by leaving things out. Dumbledore. I'm shielding him from weight he doesn't need yet. Ron. You saw what they can do together. They melted stone. They broke a ward that's been there for centuries. Dumbledore. Which proves both the strength of the bond and the risk. Imagine that level of uncontrolled power wandering through Diagon Alley. Imagine a panic. Imagine international fallout. The statute doesn't survive that. War doesn't survive that. Ron, maybe the statue needs to change. Dumbledore. That isn't for two children and a headmaster to decide with a torch and a hallway. Ron. So you'll collar Arcanine and call it safety. Dumbledore. Language like collar isn't helpful. Containment is accurate. Ron. That's worse. Dumbledore. Ronald, listen to me. If Voldemort returns, he'll not respect the lives of students or creatures. He'll use every edge. The Guardian's power is an edge we cannot ignore. Ron. Every time I looked at Harry this year, I saw that thing watching me. I told myself it was fine. I told myself I was being fair. But I kept hearing Dad's stories about the Ministry and control. I'm doing what you asked, but I feel sick. Dumbledore. Feeling sick shows you've a conscience. Keep it. It will prevent cruelty. It shouldn't prevent resolve. Ron. What am I supposed to do when he asks me why I'm meeting you up here? Dumbledore. Tell him you were reporting concerns about safety. That will be true. If he presses, send him to me. Ron. He'll go to Hermione first. Dumbledore. Miss Granger will support him. I'm aware. We'll plan around that. Ron. Plan around my friends. Right. Dumbledore. Don't be dramatic. You care for them. So do I. I've spent decades keeping this school open. I've buried students. I would like to stop burying students. Ron. Then stop using them. Dumbledore. If I had another tool, I would use it. Ron. The big dog isn't a tool. Dumbledore. To Potter he's a friend. To me he's also leverage against a future we cannot allow. Both can be true. Ron. What happens if the Ministry moves first? Dumbledore. They'll not while I'm here. They would need a pretext. I can deny them that. Ron. And if you're not here? Dumbledore. Then, Ronald, you must be a voice of reason. You must argue for controlled study rather than immediate destruction. Ron. You hear yourself right? Dumbledore. I hear the world as it's. The Guardian isn't a cat. It's not an owl. It's a mobile source of destructive energy tied to a boy with trauma and anger. I want him alive at the end of this. To achieve that, I need structures. Ron. You could have told him the truth. Dumbledore. Would you've accepted this truth at 11? At 12? Ron. I don't know. Dumbledore. Exactly. Ron. He's going to find out. Dumbledore. Likely. And then I'll take the blame. I deserve the blame. I'll also expect him to keep walking forward. Because the other option is the end of a great many lives. Ron. I didn't think it would be like this. Dumbledore. It's like this. Ron. If he asks me a direct question, I won't lie. Dumbledore. Then answer carefully and send him to me. Ron. He won't forgive me. Dumbledore. He doesn't need to forgive you today. He needs to live long enough to have the chance. Silence followed. Harry realized his hands were gripping the stone arch. His fingers hurt. His vision blurred for a second and then cleared. His stomach turned. He swallowed and felt nothing ease. Arcanine's growl was low and steady in his chest, not loud in the air. It vibrated through Harry's palm. The pressure under Harry's ribs pressed forward in a firm line. With you. Harry let go of the stone. He walked up the stairs. Then he didn't knock. The office door swung wider. Dumbledore stood behind the desk. Ron stood to one side with his face white and his hands open. Fawkes watched from the perch with his head tilted. Papers lay in stacks. A teacup sat untouched. Harry walked in with Arcanine at his right. "I heard everything," he said. "You let Hermione get hurt. You used the chamber as a test." Dumbledore lifted a hand. "Harry, you must understand." "No," Harry said, sharp. "You don't get to explain. You let people get hurt to test my power. You want to take the striped hound away from me." Ron took a half step forward. "Harry, it's complicated. The creature is dangerous." "His name is Arcanine," Harry said. "You know that. You just don't care because you're afraid of anything different." Ron flushed. "I care. I'm scared. Both can be true." "Then be scared somewhere else," Harry said. "Don't stand in this office and help plan how to put chains on him." Dumbledore's voice was calm. "The prophecy requires sacrifice, Harry. Your guardian's power must serve the light. The only thing I'm sacrificing is my trust in you," Harry said. "Both of you." Dumbledore's eyes were steady. "You cannot fight this war alone." "I'm not alone," Harry said. "I've Arcanine. And when Hermione wakes up, I'll have her. That's enough." Dumbledore folded his hands. "You're 12. The burden you're claiming will crush you." "Then stop adding weight," Harry said. "Stop hiding books. Stop telling people to report on me. Stop planning how to take the one thing that has kept me safe since I was small." Ron's voice dropped. "Harry, I didn't want this." "You wanted to be important," Harry said. "You wanted a teacher to say you did the right thing. You picked him over me." Ron's jaw worked. "He said it was for your good. I believed him." Harry didn't look away. "You believed him when it was easy. You believed him when it meant watching me like a problem." Dumbledore spoke softly. "I'm sorry Miss Granger was hurt." Harry cut him off with a sharp gesture. "Don't turn this into a condolence. You called her injury regrettable but necessary. I heard you." Dumbledore didn't flinch. "I don't take pleasure in it." "You planned around her support," Harry said. "You said it in that same voice. Like you were doing homework." Ron swallowed. "He's telling the truth about wanting you alive." Harry's reply was flat. "So he can take you at the right time." Dumbledore drew a breath. "There may be a moment when Arcanine's power must be channeled through you in a way that ends his life. If that moment saves thousands, I'll ask you to make that choice." Harry stepped closer to the desk. Arcanine moved with him. Heat rolled off the mane in clear waves. "You won't ask. You'll try to box me in until there's only one path left, and you'll call that choice." Dumbledore's voice stayed even. "I would prefer your consent." "You don't have it," Harry said. Ron lifted his hands again. "Harry, please. I'm sorry. I thought—" "Stay away from me," Harry said without raising his voice. "You chose Dumbledore's side. You don't get to have both." Ron's shoulders sagged. "I didn't want to lose my friend." "You did," Harry said. "Now live with it." Dumbledore looked at the big dog. "Mr. Potter, if the Ministry makes a move, I'll try to stand between you and them. Will you, in return, refrain from escalation?" "Keep them off us," Harry said. "That's your job. Mine is keeping us alive." Dumbledore nodded once. "Go to the hospital wing. Miss Granger may wake soon. The mandrakes reached maturity tonight." Harry's mouth pulled into a hard line. "Good. She'll hear this from me." Dumbledore lowered his gaze. "I expected she would." Harry turned and walked out. Ron started after him. "Harry!" Harry didn't look back. "Don't!" Ron stopped. The door shut behind Harry with a plain click. The hospital wing was lit by steady lamps. The air smelled clean. Hermione lay on the bed with her hair brushed straight and her hands on the blanket. Her chest rose and fell. The petrified glassy look had gone. Her eyes moved under her lids. Madame Pomfrey checked a chart, saw Harry, and lowered her voice. She's coming back. Say what you need to say, but keep it calm. Harry nodded. Thank you. Arcanine lay at the foot of the bed with his head on his paws. His eyes watched Harry's hands. Hermione's fingers twitched. Her eyes opened. She blinked twice, then focused on Harry's face. Hey! Hey! Harry said. His voice went rough for a second, then steadied. You wrote pipes. We used it. We found the chamber. We fought what was there. It's done. She swallowed. You okay? Physically, yes, Harry said. I need to tell you what I heard after. She shifted up against the pillows. Tell me. He told her. Then he kept it plain. Dumbledore's words. Ron's words. The plan to test. The plan to control. The word. Sacrifice. The ministry restraints. He didn't add heat. Then he didn't need to. Hermione listened without interrupting. When he finished, she said, I believe you. I've been suspicious of Dumbledore's motives since last year. They want to control Arcanine, Harry said. Use his power and then discard him. Hermione glanced at the striped hound, then back to Harry. We need allies. Real ones. Harry nodded. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban last month. The papers say he's a criminal, but my parents trusted him. Maybe there's more to that story, too. Hermione's eyes sharpened. If he was your dad's friend, he might know about the locket. About old bonds. About what your parents were researching. We find him, Harry said. We get the truth from someone who doesn't want to put Arcanine in a cage. I'm with you, Hermione said. We plan. We watch the ministry. We watch Dumbledore. We keep notes in code. We keep Arcanine close. Harry put his hand in the cream mane. He pressed back. Together, he said. Together, Hermione said. They sat in the steady light. The wing was quiet. Plans formed in short lines and simple steps. They didn't waste words. They didn't promise easy things. They agreed on the next move. They would find Sirius Black. They would get answers. They wouldn't hand over he. The whispers started on the platform and didn't stop on the carriages. People looked at Arcanine, and then at Harry. Some moved aside without speaking. Ron stood with the group near the gate and avoided Harry's eyes. Hermione walked at Harry's shoulder. Arcanine paced close, cream mane brushing Harry's sleeve, heat steady against his hand. People are staring more than usual, Hermione said in a low voice as they reached a quiet corridor off the entrance hall. Let them stare, Harry said. They'll believe whatever Dumbledore tells them anyway. We need to be strategic, Hermione said. We can't fight everyone. I'm not fighting anyone, Harry said. I'm just not pretending anymore. I know, Hermione said. But there's a difference between not pretending and making enemies we don't need. I won't sit at their table and smile, Harry said. I won't make small talk with people who want the big dog in a cage. We sit where we sit, Hermione said. We keep our work tight. We pick our moments. We don't give the ministry a reason. I won't hand them one, Harry said. If they come, I won't step aside either. Hermione met his eyes. I'm with you. But say it plainly, The goal is survival and truth, not payback. Survival and truth, Harry said. No payback. Good, Hermione said. And with Ron, don't engage unless you've to. I won't, Harry said. They went to classes and took seats at the edges. Gryffindors left space around them on benches and in rows. In the corridors, prefects watched Arcanine without speaking. He stays outside your doors, McGonagall said once, tone flat. Snape's glance at the cream mane was brief and cold, and then he taught without comment. The message was clear: tolerated, not welcome. The train ride to school hadn't been quiet. A whistle blew long and low. Clouds built outside the windows. They were halfway to Hogsmeade when the carriage lights dimmed. The train slowed. A cold draft ran along the floor. Hermione shut her book. That's not normal. The corridor outside their compartment went quiet. Feet shuffled. Doors opened. A rattling breath sounded as a hooded figure slid the door aside. It stood in the opening. Its cloak hung in damp folds. Its hand was gray and rotten-looking with dark nails. The air temperature dropped fast. Harry's breath showed. His ears rang. A scream from a memory cut into the cold. A woman's voice. Lily. It was not a figure of speech. It was the exact sound. Not Harry, please. Harry reached for his wand. Expecto. Arcanine was already moving. The cream mane lifted. Heat rose off his body in clear waves. The fur along his back brightened. A ring of fire formed from his jaws and then snapped inward into a tight sphere that hung in the air between them and the door. The heat pushed outward in a clean wall. The Dementor leaned in and then jerked back. The cloak edges curled. The rattling breath became a hiss. The figure stepped away from the heat and slid back into the corridor. The cold eased. The light steadied. The Dementor fled. Hermione's hands shook once and then steadied. That was incredible. The Dementor couldn't get close. Harry caught his breath. The striped hound's fire is opposite to what Dementors are. Heat versus cold. Life energy versus decay. This is exactly why they fear him, Hermione said. He's a solution they can't control through standard magic. No wand work. No ministry license. Harry put his hand into the mane. The warmth steadied him. If they try to take him, this is what they'll lose. A real answer. Then we document it, Hermione said. Time, distance, temperature change, reaction pattern. Facts. The train rolled on. Prefects made rounds and told everyone to stay in compartments. No one checked on Harry's. Word would spread without anyone needing to say it out loud. 3 weeks later, an owl dropped a sealed note onto Harry's tray at breakfast. No signature. 3 short lines in plain block letters. Shrieking Shack. Tonight. Come with your guardian. Come with the girl who reads. Hermione read it twice and looked at Harry. Trap? If it's we spring it on our terms, Harry said. Arcanine scouts, Hermione said. We keep the paths open. No heroics. They went after curfew. The village was quiet. The shack stood with boards across the windows. The front door gave under Harry's hand. Dust hung in the air. Arcanine went first, paws silent, head low. He checked each room with short glances and ear flicks. Pressure under Harry's ribs rose when they hit the back room. A man stepped from the shadows with both hands open. He was thin and gray around the eyes. His clothes hung loose. His voice was rough but steady. Harry, he said. I'm serious. Harry kept his wand down but not away. You're supposed to be a murderer. Sirius's mouth twitched. I'm not. I wasn't your parents' secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was. He betrayed them and framed me. Why should I trust you? Harry asked. Everyone in authority has lied to me. I don't want your automatic trust, Sirius said. I want you to check a fact I can't fake. He nodded at Harry's robe. Your mother gave you a locket. Open it. Look at the inside. Harry took the locket out. He pressed the catch. The hinge creaked. Inside, small words were scratched into the metal by a fine tool. To Harry, let the Guardian guide you to truth. Love, Mum. Hermione leaned close. It's real. Different tool from the outer symbols. Sirius drew a slow breath. James and Lily knew about the prophecy. They knew powerful people would try to control you and your guardian. They set countermeasures. That locket was one. Old contacts were another. Me. What prophecy exactly? Hermione asked. An ancient text predicted a wizard with a legendary guardian, Sirius said. It said he would either save or destroy the magical world. Dumbledore believes he must control that wizard to ensure the first outcome. Your parents believed in free choice. Dumbledore wants to sacrifice Harry said. Worse, Sirius said. He wants to use your bond as a weapon, then sever it permanently. The ritual would transfer the Guardian's power into you, killing the creature and binding you to Dumbledore's will. He'll dress it up as duty. It's still a kill. Harry's jaw tightened. He said the word sacrifice in his office. He called Arcanine leverage. He called containment accurate. Sirius's eyes flicked to Arcanine. He looks at your hands before your face. He takes your cues. That is partnership, not a leash. Dumbledore doesn't like power he didn't start. Why meet us now? Hermione asked. Why not months ago? Azkaban strips you, Sirius said. I broke out because I saw a photo in the paper. Ron Weasley with a rat on his shoulder. I recognized the toe I blew off 12 years ago. Peter Pettigrew is alive. He hid as a rat to avoid punishment. He's in this castle. Hermione's voice went very steady. Scabbers. Exactly, Sirius said. Peter's form suits him. He hides. Then he listens. Then he moves in walls. Then he makes other people pay. Harry didn't look away. You want us to help you catch him? Yes, Sirius said. We bring him in. Veritaserum. Trial. My name cleared. Your link to me formal. Your parents wanted me to be your guardian if anything happened to them. Dumbledore put you with the Dursleys. He told me it was for your safety. Then he left me in a cell while the real traitor napped in a boy's pocket. The big dog took 2 slow steps toward Sirius and sniffed. Sirius didn't flinch. He held out his hand and stopped halfway, palm open, not reaching. Arcanine leaned in and breathed once across his fingers, then looked back at Harry. A steady push under Harry's ribs answered, cautious yes. Harry said, If you lie, I'll know. I expect you to test me, Sirius said. Ask me about James. Ask me about Lily. Harry didn't make him list stories. He looked at Hermione. She nodded. Peter first. Peter first, Sirius said. They set it up for the next night. Hermione checked timetables and patrol routes. Harry wrote a note to Ron that said only, Bring Scabbers to the unused Transfiguration classroom. I think he's sick. Please. Ron showed up with 2 friends for backup. Arcanine lay across the doorway. The 2 friends saw the cream mane and left fast. Ron's voice shook. What is this? Put Scabbers on the table, Harry said. No, Ron said. What are you doing? Hermione kept her tone even. Ron, if he's just a rat, you'll get him back in 5 minutes. If he's not, you'll want the truth. Ron looked between them, then at the striped hound's steady eyes, and put Scabbers down. The rat trembled. Sirius slipped from the side alcove and shut the other door. He raised his wand. "Reveal yourself, Peter," Sirius said, "or we force it." The rat squealed. Harry aimed. Finite incantatem. Hermione followed with a tighter counter-curse string. The rat spasmed, grew, and twisted. A short, balding man in shabby clothes stumbled forward onto his hands and knees. He looked at Arcanine and froze. Pettigrew lifted both hands. "I had no choice. The Dark Lord would have killed me." "You got my parents killed," Harry said. "You destroyed Sirius's life." "You don't understand the pressures, the fear," Pettigrew said, eyes darting for a gap that wasn't there. "We all felt that fear," Sirius said. "We didn't all become traitors." Pettigrew's eyes fixed on Ron. "Ron, help me. I've slept in your bed. I'm your rat. I'm your friend." Ron's face drained of color. "You slept in my bed while you were a man." "I was hiding," Pettigrew said. "I didn't hurt you." "You hurt everyone around you," Hermione said. "You made choices and then hid from them." Pettigrew turned to Harry again. "He'll kill me." "You made that bed," Sirius said. "We're not killing you," Harry said. "We're taking you in." Pettigrew sagged. "Veritaserum?" "Yes," Harry said. "Full test. Full record." Sirius bound Pettigrew's wrists. Arcanine walked behind them with slow, even steps. Ron didn't speak. He stared at his hands and then at Pettigrew, then at Harry. They took Pettigrew to the nearest staff checkpoint. Things went wrong fast. Fudge arrived with 2 Aurors. He stared at Pettigrew like a man seeing a ghost and then pulled his face into a politician's line. "This is highly irregular," Fudge said. "We'll need proper procedures." "Veritaserum," Sirius said. "Now." "It takes time to arrange," Fudge said. "Forms. Oversight. Chain of custody." Dumbledore stepped out of a side passage as if he had been walking nearby by chance. "Harry," he said, "you should have come to me with this information." "So you could manipulate it like you manipulate everything else?" Harry said. "I've only ever wanted to protect you," Dumbledore said. "Protect him or control him?" Hermione asked. "There's a difference." Dumbledore looked at Sirius. "You're filling his head with dangerous ideas." "I'm telling him the truth," Sirius said. "Something you should try." Fudge cleared his throat. "We'll secure the prisoner. Black, you will wait. If this is true, the courts will decide. If it's not, you will be returned to Azkaban." "It's true," Harry said. "Bind him. Take him. Do the test." "We'll proceed," Fudge said. "In order." 2 Aurors took Pettigrew. Dumbledore spoke to Fudge in low, fast words Harry couldn't hear. Hermione watched their hands, their eyes, their spacing. "They're buying time," she whispered. Sirius leaned close to Harry. "They'll stall. Dumbledore will try to fold this under his plan. Fudge will try to make it go away without blame." "What do we do?" Harry asked. "Give them 1 day," Sirius said. "If the test isn't set by tomorrow night, I go to ground again. I won't walk back into a cell because a form is missing." Dumbledore turned back. "Harry, go back to the castle. Let the ministry work." Harry didn't answer him. He looked at Hermione and at Sirius. "1 day," he said. Sirius tugged the corner of his mouth. "1 day." They left the atrium. The castle steps were cold. Hermione kept pace with Harry without speaking until they reached the long corridor outside the hospital wing. His paws made a quiet pattern on the stone. "Thank you," Harry said at last. His voice was rough. "For believing me. For staying with me through all of this." "Where else would I be?" Hermione said. "You're my best friend. You and Arcanine." Harry nodded. "When this is over, when we've dealt with Voldemort and Dumbledore's schemes, what do you want to do?" "I want to help you create something new," Hermione said. "A place where magic and creatures like Arcanine can coexist without fear. Clear rules. Honest language. No cages for partners." Harry put his hand in the cream mane. The heat pressed back. "We'll build it," he said. "Step by step." "Step by step," Hermione said. She looked straight at him. "We start by keeping Sirius free. We hold the ministry to the test. We keep notes. We don't meet anyone alone. We sleep in shifts if we've to." Harry managed a short, tired smile. "Bossy." "Accurate," Hermione said. "And you need it." He didn't argue. The big dog rested his head against Harry's hip for 1 second and then lifted it again to watch the hall. The night was quiet. The plan was plain: 1 day for the test, then a new move. They wouldn't wait for permission. They wouldn't hand over Arcanine. They would keep going. The banners went up in the great hall, and the whispers came back with them. Visitors arrived in groups. Staff stood in clusters and spoke in tight voices about rules and contracts. The goblet went on its stand. Blue flame rose in steady lines. Students pressed forward to look. Harry and Hermione stayed at the back with Arcanine behind them, tails still, eyes tracking hands. When the names came, the hall cheered on each one. Then the flame flared again. A last scrap of parchment shot out and drifted down. Professor McGonagall caught it and froze. Dumbledore took it from her fingers and read, "Harry Potter." Noise hit the room. Some clapped. More didn't. Heads turned. Harry didn't move. Hermione didn't either. The striped hound stood and stepped closer until his shoulder touched Harry's hip. They met Sirius that night in a boarded classroom with the windows charmed dark. Arcanine checked every corner, and then lay where he could watch the door and both of their hands. "Someone put your name in," Hermione said. "This is another setup." "It's Dumbledore," Sirius said. His voice was rough but clear. "He wants you tested publicly. He wants to measure your abilities in front of a crowd and under rules he can point to." "Can I refuse?" Harry asked. "The goblet is a magical contract," Sirius said. "You're bound." Harry set his jaw. "Then I'll compete. But I'll do it my way, with Arcanine." Sirius nodded once. "Then you plan like the staff is your opponent. Assume each task was picked to push you into using your bond on their terms. Use it on yours." Hermione took her notebook out. "We inventory counters. Fire, speed, shock, coordination. And we keep records. They can lie about opinions. They can't lie about times and distances." "Good," Sirius said. "And keep him close." He nodded at he. "The ministry can try to set zones. You set your own." Harry put his palm in the cream mane. He pressed back. "We're ready." The first task day came cold and clear. Stands rose around the pit. The flags of the schools moved in a steady wind. In the pen, the handlers handed Harry a slip with one word, Horntail. A roar from the arena shook dust from the crossbeams. "Stay behind the line until the whistle," a judge said. Harry didn't answer. He checked the collar on Arcanine. Not a leash. Just a strip of plain leather with a small rune sewn inside that damped heat near crowds. Arcanine's ears tipped forward. Pressure rose under Harry's ribs. Ready. The whistle blew. They entered the arena. The Horntail stood over a nest of broken stone and iron spikes. 40 feet from nose to tail. Black scales. Yellow eyes. Spikes along its back. The throat glowed when it drew breath. It sent a blast of fire across the ground. Rock at the edge went soft and ran. The smell was sharp and burnt. Extreme speed right, then cut left, Harry shouted. The big dog moved. The body blurred during the burst. Paws struck and stopped in hard, short steps. A stream of fire hit where he had been and tore a straight line in the sand. The Horntail turned its head. It opened its mouth again. Thunder fawn on the near leg, Harry said. Now. Arcanine darted in and bit down on the joint above the foot. Teeth sank and delivered a hard jolt. The dragon's leg buckled. It stumbled and slammed a wing down to steady itself. Spikes scraped stone. The nest rattled. Go, Harry said. He ran flat out, keeping the broken wall between himself and the head. Heat buffeted his back from a short blast that missed. He reached the stand, grabbed the golden egg, and pressed it to his chest. Back to me. Arcanine broke away and drew the Horntail's eyes with a short burst of flame aimed at the face. The dragon snapped at the heat's source. The striped hound cut left again and kept his distance by inches. Hold the line, Harry called. The judges shouted to the handlers. Wands lifted. No one cast yet. The dragon dug claws into the rock and pulled itself around to face them both. On me, Harry said. He put his back to a solid outcrop. We end it without killing it. Arcanine's head turned a fraction, eyes on Harry's wand hand. Harry lifted the wand and counted down. 3, 2, 1. The Horntail sent a full stream. Arcanine fired a tight fire blast. The two streams met at a fixed point. The impact threw heat and sound across the arena. Stone cracked in clear lines. The dragon's head jerked from the shock. The flame on its side guttered. It staggered and set its wings down to cover the nest. It lowered its head and held still, eyes open, not closing, watching. It didn't try to rise again. The whistle blew. Meta-wizards jogged forward with shields up. Harry kept his wand down and his hand in his mane. The crowd made tight, confused sounds. More fear than cheers. Hermione met them at the gate later, face flushed and eyes steady. You were amazing. Did you see their faces? Harry said. They're terrified of us. Good, Hermione said. Fear keeps us safe right now. They'll think twice before trying to separate you. Then we keep the record clear and clean, Harry said. We'll, Hermione said and raised her quill. The Yule Ball arrived with polished floors and fixed smiles. Harry waited under the staircase. He wore plain black robes and a straight tie. Arcanine lay at the foot of the stairs with his head on his paws and his eyes on the crowd. Hermione walked down in blue dress robes and stopped when she saw him. This is strange, she said. Being here, pretending everything is normal. Nothing about our lives is normal, Harry said. But this is nice. Being with you is the only normal thing I've. She looked at his tie and reached to straighten it. It's crooked. It's from a box, Harry said. I don't know what I'm doing. You're doing fine, Hermione said. She glanced toward the doors. I need to tell you something about my research. Ron walked up with his hands jammed in his pockets. He looked at Arcanine, then at Harry. Can we talk? Not interested, Harry said. Go away. It won't take long, Ron said. Go away, Harry repeated. Ron swallowed and left. The moment sagged. Hermione exhaled. He picks times badly. He picks on purpose, Harry said. He wants to be in the middle even when he's not invited. Leave it, Hermione said. You asked me to the ball? We're here. We can take one night. They walked onto the floor. Harry put his right hand on her waist. She set her left hand on his shoulder. Their other hands met and held. They moved in short steps. They stood closer than friends usually do at school dances. Neither of them mentioned it. Neither stepped away. Your hand is warm, Hermione said without looking up. The big dog's fault, Harry said. He keeps me from getting cold. I like it, she said. He didn't answer. The music covered words they didn't say. They finished the dance and walked along the edge of the floor. Arcanine stood and fell in at their side. People stepped aside. I'll tell you after the second task, Hermione said. I need one source to confirm a translation. I'll be there to hear it, Harry said. You better be, she said. She didn't smile when she said it. She sounded steady and sure. The second task notice went up with a list of champions and line items on safety. The lake was flat and dark. The judges stood on a platform. The hostages were already below in their places. Hermione's name was on Harry's line. That was not a surprise. They had expected it as soon as they read the clue from the egg. Harry chewed gillyweed and felt his throat and hands change. Arcanine stepped to the waterline and looked at Harry. The pressure under Harry's ribs pushed forward. Ready. We go straight down, Harry said. Slow over the first shelf. Then fast. He dove. The striped hound slid into the water behind him. His fur flattened and slicked. He swam with strong kicks and short, efficient strokes. Heat still reached Harry through the water in a steady field around them, not hot, just warm enough to hold a layer. Shapes moved in the dark. Two corrupted water types came in fast. Scales carried a dull purple tint like the Gyarados had worn. One snapped for Harry's leg. Arcanine slammed it in the side with a shoulder and struck with a closed mouth hit. Close combat underwater looked different. It was short, direct movement and pressure. No wasted arcs. The second creature darted, and Arcanine met it with Thunder Fong. Bubbles burst in a hard ring, and the creature went rigid and drifted. Harry reached the statue line on the lake floor. 4 shapes were tied to stone figures. He closed his eyes for 1 second and pushed outward through the bond. The pressure answered and turned his attention right. He followed the signal. Hermione hung with her head tilted and bubbles around her lips from the charm they had set on all hostages. Her hair floated in a slow wave. Her hands were tied to a carved arm. Harry's fingers shook while he worked the knots. He cut the last with his knife. Then he pressed her wrist and felt a pulse. Then he set his palm to her cheek and watched her chest. The rise and fall looked slow but regular. He pulled her tight against his chest and kicked up with hard, regular strokes. Then he circled and kept the path clear, ramming one more corrupted guard with a solid hit, then grabbing a tail with his teeth and delivering a short shock to make it release. They broke the surface by the platform. Harry hauled Hermione up with both hands and then climbed after her. He stripped the lake water from his face with his palm. Hermione coughed once, then again, then took in air and gasped awake. You came, she said, voice raw. Of course I came, Harry said. Did you think I wouldn't? I knew you would, Hermione said. I wasn't scared because I knew you'd come. He still held her hand. She didn't let go. Arcanine heaved out of the shallows and shook water from his coat in a single controlled line, not toward the platform. His eyes watched the judges. Breathe, Harry said. Slow. She did. They stayed hand in hand until Pomfrey pushed blankets at them and checked Hermione's pupils with her wand. Go warm up, Pomfrey said. Then get out of my sight until I say otherwise. Understood, Hermione said. They left the shore together with Arcanine at their side. They used the room of requirement that evening. The door formed when they passed it 3 times. Inside, a long table appeared with clean lamps and a stack of cushions. The big dog settled where he could watch both the door and the far wall. Hermione spread out ancient texts and her notes. Her voice stayed low and even. I've been translating the locket symbols. They're directions to a complete copy of the prophecy. Not the short form people quote in summaries. The full text. Where is it? Harry asked. In a codex inside the Founder's Annex, Hermione said. Hidden behind a false shelf in the same corridor as the chamber door we opened last year. Different wall. Different key. The locket acts as an activator when it touches a specific panel. I tested the first sequence with the rubbing. It responded. I didn't open it alone. Good, Harry said. Read me what you've. Hermione lifted a page. This is my translation. I'm keeping the original terms where they matter. She read. The chosen one bound to legendary power holds the balance. Path of control leads to ashes. Path of partnership leads to dawn. What does that mean? Harry asked. Plainly, Hermione said. It names 2 outcomes. Dumbledore sees the first path. Control means forcing you to sacrifice Arcanine's life force to defeat Voldemort. That's the ashes, victory, but at the cost of the bond. No guardian after. You survive, but the connection is gone because the creature is dead. The method for control is a ritual using your tether as a channel. Harry's jaw tightened. That matches what Sirius said. Bind me with power that used to be his. Kill him to do it. Hermione tapped the second line. The second path means you and Arcanine remain bonded and you face Voldemort together. That's the dawn, not mystical. It means a new operational state for our world after the fight. Not hiding. Integration. Systems built around partnership. It's a word the text uses to mark a beginning, not poetry. Dumbledore will never accept the second path, Harry said. He needs control. Right, Hermione said. Which is why we need leverage that even he can't argue down. We need to find proof of what Voldemort is actually doing with corrupted legendary power. If he's already copying the Founder's abuses, we show it. We force the conversation into facts, not fear. How? Harry asked. 2 steps, Hermione said. First, we open the annex fully and copy the complete prophecy and the sections on corrupted bonds. We don't rely on my translation alone. Second, we track reports of unnatural weather and creature behavior that match what we saw with the Garridos. Purple sheen. Obedience to a single source voice. We cross-check with raids and disappearances. We build a map. Harry nodded. Then when someone says sacrifice the Guardian, we put the map and the codex on the table and ask why they're ignoring the second path. Exactly, Hermione said. And we hold back 1 or 2 findings for safety. We don't show every card unless we need to. Harry looked at her notes. What opens the annex? This, Hermione said, and held up the locket. The symbols here aren't decorative. They mark a sequence. Touch points on stone. The response is faint when the locket is near and strong when it's on the right spot. I felt it through my fingertips. When do we go? Harry asked. After curfew tomorrow, Hermione said. We bring parchment. No quills that stain. We bring a muggle camera Sirius smuggled in with the batteries charmed for slow drain. We take images and copies. We don't move anything. Harry glanced at the striped hound. He'll keep watch. Hermione drew closer to the table edge. Harry, I'm saying this as plainly as I can so there's no confusion later. I want the second path. I want it for you, for him, and for us. I'm not hedging. If anyone tries to force the first path, I'll stand in front of you and I won't move. That's my line. Harry's throat worked. He kept his tone even. Understood. Good, she said. I needed to say it out loud. Thank you, he said. He set his hand on the table, palm up. She put her hand in his for 3 steady beats, and then let go. No one said anything else about it. Arcanine lifted his head, looked at both of them, and then laid it down again. Heat moved through the room in slow pulses. The plan formed in steps on paper. No extra words. No promises they couldn't keep. They set the time. They checked their lists twice. They left the door as they found it, and walked back to the tower side by side with Arcanine between them, quiet and sure. The ministry printed statements and sent them to the prophet. You know who hasn't returned. Vigilance without panic. Don't spread rumors. Students repeated lines in hallways. Teachers kept their faces still. Dolores Umbridge walked in with a short stride and a pink jacket. Her voice was high and smooth. Her eyes were flat. In defense, she placed a stack of books on the desk and smiled at the class. Wands away. Quills out. We'll learn theory. Harry sat with Hermione at the back. He lay along the wall near the door. His eyes tracked hands. His chest rose and fell in steady breaths. Umbridge's gaze stopped on Arcanine. You won't use that dangerous creature in my classroom. This is a defense class, Harry said. Arcanine is defense. That thing represents unregulated power, Umbridge said. It will be restricted to your dormitory. No, Harry said. You will follow my rules, Umbridge said. I won't lock my partner in a room because you're uncomfortable, Harry said. He stays. You don't set policy here, Umbridge said. I do. Hermione kept her voice even. Professor, he has never disturbed a class. He waits outside the threshold and responds only to a direct threat. That is documented. Silence, Umbridge said without looking at her. You will keep your opinions to written assignments. Harry stood. I'm not staying. You will sit down, Umbridge said. 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry picked up his bag. Keep them. He looked at Hermione. Coming? Yes, Hermione said. She closed her book. Your curriculum is dangerous. You're removing real defense from a defense class. Another 10 points, Umbridge said. Harry walked out. The big dog stood and fell in beside him. The door swung shut. The class stayed quiet and watched. By evening, Umbridge had reported to Fudge. Dumbledore met with both of them behind closed doors. The result came down as a notice on the board: Arcanine to remain on school grounds but not enter classrooms unless an attack occurred. Harry read it once and didn't comment. He watched exits and kept notes on who watched him back. They met Sirius in a safe room Sirius had set up off a disused corridor. It had a clean table and 2 chairs, no windows, and 3 exits. The door had a muggle bolt and a magical seal. Arcanine checked every corner, and then lay where he could see the hinge and the latch. We're not naming this after Dumbledore, Hermione said. We teach students real defense. We include creature cooperation basics. We call it the Guardians' Alliance. Not everyone will trust the striped hound, Harry said. Then they'll learn, Hermione said. The real threat isn't your guardian. It's people like Umbridge who want to control everything and leave us untrained. Sirius nodded. Keep it small. Invite students who listen. Keep logs off paper. No sign-in sheets. We start with core drills, Harry said. Stances. Shields. Disarms. Then we add non-lethal fire control. And aura sensing, Hermione said. You show them how to read intent with contact and spacing. I teach pattern recognition in curses. Neville, Sirius said. Bring him in early. His parents worked on creature bonds before they were attacked. He'll get it. Harry sent the messages himself. He chose a storage room and set times at odd hours. The first meeting drew 9 students. Neville stood straight and listened hard. Hannah and Susan asked better questions than most adults. Dean watched Arcanine's pause and learned fast when to move and when to hold. Harry showed a simple exercise: palm to shoulder, read pressure, call, left, or right, without looking. Hermione set targets and had Arcanine heat them without flame until they glowed faintly and then cool on command. Students saw control with their eyes. No one argued after that. The vision started in November. Harry saw the Hall of Prophecy in short, sharp flashes. He heard Sirius's voice in the dark, strained and low. Harry! Help! He woke with his hand in his mane and sweat on his face. Sirius heard about the visions and swore. He's trying to pull you, Sirius said. He wants you to run without thinking. I won't, Harry said. But if you vanish, I move. You'll have me on a schedule, Sirius said. If I miss a check-in, I'm either dead or trapped. If I'm not dead or trapped, I'm on time. He stayed on time until the night the check-in failed. The bond thumped hard and hot under Harry's ribs as if it wanted him to stand. Harry stood. We go, he said. Hermione didn't argue. We go quiet. We go fast. We don't split. They entered the ministry with the visitor's entrance. The guard desk was empty. The lifts were cold. Arcanine's paws made no sound on the polished floor. They reached the Department of Mysteries. The doors were black and flat. The handle was cold. They moved through rooms with clocks and rooms with tanks. They found the Hall of Prophecy. Shelves rose with glass orbs. The air was close. Harry felt the pull toward a specific aisle. He walked it with his palm in the cream mane. Then he stopped at one orb labeled with his name and another. Then he didn't know the other name. Then he lifted it. The glass was cool. A voice spoke from the orb in a clear line. The chosen one bound to legendary power holds the balance. Path of control leads to ashes. Path of partnership leads to dawn. The one who seeks to wield the Guardian must break the bond or be broken by it. The one who stands with the Guardian must refuse the chain and face the Dark Lord together. The shelves shook as footsteps came. Masks appeared at the ends of rows. Death Eaters. Wands lifted. A woman laughed once and then aimed. Bellatrix. Drop it, a man said. Hand it over, Potter. No, Harry said. Take them, another voice said. Arcanine moved. Extreme speed carried him 10 yards and back in 1 second. He hit a masked man at the knee with his shoulder. The man slammed into a shelf. Orbs rattled. Another Death Eater slashed down with a curse. The big dog cut under it and struck with close combat, 2 hard hits to the ribs and a shove that sent the man over a crate. A wand skittered. A third aimed and shouted. Arcanine snapped down on the wand arm with Thunderfang. The man screamed and dropped his wand. His fingers went numb. He tried to curl them and couldn't. Left! Harry shouted. Hermione's shield caught a red curse and held. Harry countered with a disarm. The wand flew. Hermione moved 2 steps and cut a curse that tried to catch Arcanine's flank. Her voice was clear and fast. Protego. Defendo. Stupefy. A masked man fired at Harry's legs. The striped hound slid in front and took the hit on fur that didn't conduct. He fired a short burst into the shooter's robes. The fabric caught and the man dropped, rolling and beating at his sleeve. Arcanine aimed a tight line at the wand and heated the air until the man pushed the wand away to save his hand. Bellatrix pointed at Arcanine's chest and shouted the killing curse. Green light shot across the aisle. He moved with extreme speed. The light hit a shelf and shattered 6 orbs. Voices spilled out and cut off. Arcanine spun, planted, and fired a fire blast down the row. The heat hit a shield and rolled around it. Bellatrix laughed again and shifted left. Arcanine cut the blast and moved to block a curse aimed at Harry's side. "Forward," Harry said. "Break right." They moved as a unit. Harry counted breaths. Hermione matched his step and covered his open flank. The big dog moved ahead and back with a pattern they had trained. He never crossed Hermione's line of fire. Then he took space where curses came from. Then he let them hit shields and then punished the gaps with speed and force. Sirius arrived with 2 allies from the Alliance. "Late," he said, then stepped into a curse and knocked the shooter flat with a banishing hex. "I was never captured. That vision was bait." "Good," Harry said. "Take our right." Sirius moved. He fought in short bursts, and then shifted position so no one could pin him. Then he didn't waste words. The air changed. Cold pressure moved across Harry's skin. Voldemort stepped into the aisle with a smooth pace. His face was pale. His eyes were red. He looked at Arcanine, and then at Harry. "The boy with the legendary pet," Voldemort said. "You could join me. Together we could control them all." "I don't want to control anything," Harry said. "I just want to be left alone." "There is no alone in war, Potter," Voldemort said. Arcanine's heat rose. The pressure under Harry's ribs pushed forward in a steady, hard line. Harry raised his wand. "Now." They pushed together. Harry drove Aura through the wand in a tight channel. The striped hound sent a controlled cone of white-hot flame. Voldemort's shield took the first second and held, then wavered. The floor softened under the heat, and then set when Arcanine cut the flame. Voldemort flicked his wand and sent a wave that threw crates across the aisle. Arcanine moved in a straight line and took the hits on his shoulder without losing footing. Harry stepped left to keep Hermione behind his shield. Aurus arrived at the aisle end and saw Voldemort. One screamed. Fudge stumbled in behind them and went white. Voldemort looked at the fresh eyes on him and then at Harry again. "Later," he said, and vanished with a twist that felt like pressure popping. The hall went quiet except for groans and the ring of wands hitting stone as Aurus disarmed the fallen. Hermione kept her shield up until the last mask was down. Harry lowered his wand. He stood with steady breath and eyes on the next corner. Fudge stared at the empty space where Voldemort had been. He said nothing for a long second. Then he said, "He's back." By morning, the Ministry posted a statement. "Lord Voldemort has returned." They listed names and charges. They listed damages. They didn't list Harry's name until the last paragraph. Then they added one line that set the day's tone. "The Potter boy used an unregistered legendary guardian in combat inside a Ministry facility." An emergency Wisengamot session met at noon. The chamber was full. Robes in deep colors. Chains on seats. Wands tucked into sleeves. Harry stood at the center with Hermione at his side and Arcanine sitting behind him with his chest steady and eyes forward. "You're asking me to register Arcanine like he's a weapon," Harry said. "He's not. He's my family." A witch with a badge spoke in a formal tone. "That creature has power exceeding most trained wizards. It's a threat to the statute of secrecy. It's, by definition, a weapon." The real threat is Voldemort using corrupted creatures, Hermione said. Harry and the big dog fight against that. You saw it last night. A wizard on the right said, Intent doesn't change capability. Capability must be regulated. You cannot regulate my bond, Harry said. It isn't a license. It's a partnership. Dumbledore stepped forward to testify. The boy must be guided carefully. His power, while useful, requires proper oversight. Harry turned his head. I don't need your oversight. You've been planning to take Arcanine from me since first year. Gasps went around the chamber. Several witches and wizards whispered. One of the clerks looked at Dumbledore with open surprise. Dumbledore kept his face still. An old wizard at the front banged a small gavel. Order. The Ministry recognizes the danger posed by the Dark Lord and his followers. It also recognizes the unique role of the Potter boy and his companion in recent events. The motion is as follows. The Guardian stays with the boy. The boy submits to Ministry monitoring for public safety. No confiscation at this time. Define monitoring, Harry said. Periodic checks, the old wizard said. Location logs. Behavioral observations by approved officers. Who approves the officers? Hermione asked. The Ministry, the old wizard said. Harry looked at Arcanine. The pressure under his ribs pulsed once in a warning. He looked back at the bench. We accept checks in public spaces by named officers only. No one's drawn. No orders to separate us. Any violation and we leave. The bench murmured. The old wizard conferred with two others and then nodded. Conditional acceptance recorded. Then record this too, Harry said. We'll keep doing your work while you argue about definitions. The clerk wrote without looking up. They went to Grimmauld Place for an order meeting that night. Sirius insisted they be included. The long table was crowded. Faces watched Harry and the striped hound as if waiting for a spark. Moody's scarred face was set. Molly Weasley's mouth pressed tight. Arthur looked tired. Moody spoke first. The boy needs to be controlled. That power is dangerous. Sirius's voice was dry. James and Lily trusted Harry to make his own choices. Molly looked at Sirius and then at Harry. He's just a child with too much power. Ron was right to report concerns to Dumbledore. Harry turned his head. So Ron was spying on me from the beginning. Arthur lifted his hands. For your own good, Harry. We all want what's best. What's best is leaving them alone, Hermione said. Every time you interfere, you make things worse. You force him into corners and then blame him when he pushes back. Dumbledore spoke from the far end. The prophecy demands sacrifice. This isn't negotiable. Then I'm not part of your order, Harry said. Sirius, Hermione, Arcanine, that's my team. The rest of you can follow Dumbledore's plan alone. Harry, Molly said, don't be foolish. I'm not, Harry said. I'm done. He stood. Chairs scraped. He walked out. Hermione followed. The doors shut behind them. I'm done with all of them, Harry said in the hall. His voice was low and steady. We knew this was coming, Hermione said. It's us against everyone now. Are you sure you want to keep following me? Harry asked. This is only going to get harder. Hermione stepped closer. Harry, where you go, I go. Always. They stood close. His hand lifted. Hers did too. The space between them went small. The door opened. Sirius stepped out and stopped. We move tomorrow. New safe place. Fudge signed the monitoring order. We'll pick the officer. We'll keep names in our book. We won't give them an inch. Harry let out a slow breath. Okay. Hermione nodded. Okay. Sirius looked at Arcanine. You kept him alive again. He blinked once. He pushed from him in a steady, even wave. The three of them stood there in the narrow hall. No speeches. No handshakes. Just short, clear plans. They would teach. They would fight. They would refuse the chain. They would keep moving. The safe house sat off a narrow lane behind a boarded shop. Sirius barred the door and checked each window. Arcanine swept the rooms once, then settled beside the table with his head up. The Potter locket lay between stacks of notes. The metal was warm to the touch. Sirius tapped the locket with a finger. Regulus left information about Horcruxes. Voldemort made several. Hermione nodded. Objects containing soul fragments. That's why he survived death. How many? Harry asked. At least 6, possibly 7, Sirius said. We need to find and destroy them. I've found connections between Horcrux creation and corrupted creature bonds, Hermione said. Voldemort is using stolen creature power to sustain the Horcruxes. Sirius leaned in. Say that straight. He isn't just splitting his soul, Hermione said. He's feeding those objects with power taken from legendary creatures. That's why the pieces are so hard to destroy. Harry looked at the locket. We use this to find both trails. Hermione tapped her notes. The locket's symbols point to storage places for texts and to sites with creature activity. It's a map if you read it as sequence instead of language. Sirius drew a short breath. Then we move. Fast and quiet. We move, Harry said. He slid the locket to Hermione. Arcanine's eyes followed the metal. He'd pressed steady into Harry's hand from the main. Show us everything. Hermione laid out a grid on the table with string and pins. Books, copies, rubbings, and her own translations filled the gaps. The big dog watched her hands and the door. Sirius kept his chair angled so he could see the street through a slit. I've pieced it together, Hermione said. Ancient wizards discovered they could bond with legendary creatures through aura connections. These bonds granted strong abilities, shared sensation, enhanced awareness, coordinated strikes. We've seen all of that. Harry kept his eyes on her. Go on. Some wizards became obsessed with control, Hermione said. They developed rituals to corrupt the bonds. They took life force from the creature and redirected it into objects or into their own bodies. The result was power with no consent. The texts call it seizure. Say the steps, Sirius said. First, they isolate the creature and the bonded wizard, Hermione said. Second, they mark the tether points, chest, hands, base of the skull. Third, they use a focus object and feed the bond through it while applying pressure, heat, cold, pain, to the creature. The bond transmits distress. The wizard weakens. The creature collapses. The focus fills with energy. That's the corruption. Harry's jaw set. Like what Dumbledore wants to do to Arcanine. Exactly, Hermione said. But worse. Voldemort learned these rituals. He's been hunting legendary creatures, corrupting them, and using their power to make his Horcruxes nearly indestructible. Sirius pointed at a margin note. Evidence. Hermione slid 3 pages across. Witness notes from a northern outpost. A large bird with ice powers reported wounded and moving erratically. Tracks show forced flights and sudden collapses. The same week, 2 villages reported lights in the sky and drops in temperature that broke pipes. A month later, Death Eaters raided the outpost library and removed creature lore. The timing fits a corruption sequence. Articuno, Harry said. Ice type. Legendary. Hermione nodded once. There's more. Here, records from a coastal town. Fishermen reported a serpent in the waves with purple-tinted scales. Not natural discoloration. It followed a single voice from shore. That's exactly what we saw with the Garridos. Sirius rubbed his face. So destroying the Horcruxes means first breaking the creature corruption. Yes, Hermione said. Which requires aura power. Power like Harry and Arcanine have. The bond can push clean power through a corrupted link and burn it out. Harry looked at his hand. This is why Dumbledore wants control. He thinks the only way to win is to corrupt my bond like Voldemort did. Hermione pulled a thin book closer. These passages describe two methods. The dark path, forced corruption and sacrifice. The light path, true partnership and shared power. The first destroys the creature and leaves a single wizard with a large battery of power and a broken tether. The second keeps the bond intact and uses coordinated pressure to break the corruption from the outside without destroying the creature or the bond. Sirius's voice sharpened. James and Lily believed in the light path. That's why they protected your bond with the Guardian. Hermione tapped another translation. The prophecy says balance held in legendary power. Balance here means both sides must exist and remain intact. You don't fight darkness by becoming darkness. If you take the creature's life force, you reduce the bond to a channel. That breaks the balance. So I need to destroy Horcruxes using the bond, not by breaking it, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said. But it will be dangerous. The corrupted power will try to push back through you. You'll feel it as heat and pressure that doesn't match the striped hound's normal pattern. You'll want to stop. You can't stop until the object cracks. If you stop early, the corruption rebounds and gets stronger. Sirius straightened. We train for it. Short burns first. Then longer. Hermione slid one last page forward. Target 1 is Slytherin's locket. I traced it to a cliff vault near the coast. The Potter locket points there when you align the 3rd and 5th symbols and hold it near salt water. I tested it by the river. The pull increased when I added salt. Guarded? Harry asked. Likely, Hermione said. Reports of dark-type creature movement nearby. Wrong eye color. Wrong gait. Jerky motions in pairs. That screams corruption. Sirius stood. We go at dusk. In and out. No stalls. Harry put his hand into Arcanine's mane. Heat answered with a firm push. We go. Wind hit hard off the water. The cliff face held a narrow cut and an iron door set into stone. The door's surface was scored with scratches. The latch had a snake etched into it. The air smelled wet and metallic. Positions, Sirius said. He took the high left. Hermione took the right, half behind a rock shelf with clear angles. Harry stood in front of the door with Arcanine at his hip. He pressed the Potter locket to the seam. The metal warmed. The seam line lit in dull orange. The lock clicked open. Two shapes eased out of the dark beyond the threshold. Houndem in front, Mytiana behind. Both moved with sharp, wrong jerks. Purple-black energy leaked from their eyes. Their growls came out distorted, as if a hand crushed their throats. Corrupted, Hermione said under her breath. He stepped forward. The Houndem snapped with a flash of teeth. Arcanine met the lunge with a shoulder, knocked it sideways, and sent a short, hot burst toward its paws. The ground in front of it smoked. The Mytiana feinted left, and then lunged for Harry's arm. Arcanine cut across in a straight line and slammed it mid-chest. The impact threw it into the door frame. Iron rang. Sirius stunned it before it rose. Fire blast, Harry said. Contain the spread. The big dog braced and opened with a tight cone. The blast hit the Houndoom's chest. The purple-black glaze on its eyes flickered. It yelped, backed, and tried to circle. Arcanine tracked and held the heat just enough to force distance without cooking the flesh. The wrong energy bled off around its eyes in thin lines that looked like smoke but smelled sour. It stumbled, then turned and fled into the tunnel. The stunned Mytiana stayed down. Clear, Sirius said. They went in. The passage narrowed and then opened into a small chamber. A pedestal sat in the center with a locket on a cushion. Slytherin's crest marked the front. The metal surface shone green and gold in the lamplight. The air felt heavy. Wards? Hermione asked. Harry tested the space with his palm in the mane, and the locket warm against his chest. The pressure from Arcanine stayed steady. No push. No pull. It wants me to take it. Of course it does, Sirius said. It wants a channel. Harry walked to the pedestal. He lifted the locket. The metal felt cold. He set it on the stone floor where there was room to move. Ready? He asked. Hermione put a hand on his shoulder. You stop only when it cracks. Understood, Harry said. The striped hound stood square in front of him and pressed his forehead to Harry's chest for 2 slow counts. Heat flowed into Harry's body. The pressure under his ribs rose and spread down his arms. Harry raised his wand and aimed at the locket. He pushed. Heat surged from his chest to his shoulder into his forearm and out through the wand. It wasn't the same as in battle. It was cleaner and more focused. It met resistance at the locket like a hand pressed against a wall. His chest burned. His fingers tingled. He kept the line steady. A high-pitched sound came from the metal. The locket vibrated. A thin scream rose from inside. Not a figure of speech. A literal sound, distorted and sharp. Vision snapped across Harry's sight as if a window opened. Snow fields. A blue bird with long tail feathers beating the air. The bird's wings dropped under a weight that was not visible. It tried to rise and couldn't. A figure on a ridge spoke in a flat voice. The bird's eyes went dull. Symbols were carved into the ice. The ice cracked. The bird cried out. The cry cut off. Power flowed from the bird's chest into a bowl. The bowl glowed purple at the edges. The figure held up a locket and poured the light into it. Harry, Hermione said, voice tight. Stay on it. I'm on it, he said. His voice sounded thin. The burning pain in his chest kept climbing in small steps. Arcanine pressed forward into the bond. The pressure turned from raw heat to a steady push. Harry locked his elbow and held the wand firm. The locket's surface buckled. A spider crack ran across the crest. Dark energy vented in a narrow stream and hit the stone. The smell was sour. Harry pushed harder. The crack widened. The scream in the air rose to a painful pitch and then cut off with a snap. The locket split. Both halves fell open. A smear of dark light crawled out and tried to move along the floor. Arcanine cut it off with a small, precise flame. It curled, shrank, and went out. The room went quiet. Harry's legs shook. He lowered the wand and then his knees buckled. Then he moved under him without delay. Harry leaned into the mane and breathed. His chest hurt as if he had run too far without stopping. Sweat ran down his face. He closed his eyes for 2 counts and opened them. Done, he said. Hermione knelt. Look at me. He did. She checked his pupils with her wand light and nodded. You're here. I'm here, he said. Sirius looked at the broken halves. One down. More to go, Harry said. He swallowed. Help me up. They left the vault with the halves wrapped in cloth and sealed in a box. Arcanine walked close enough that his shoulder brushed Harry's hip every other step. The contact stayed steady the whole way back to the safe house. Sirius set wards on the alley and said he would circle the block and check the exits. He left by the back door with a short nod. The room went quiet except for the small creaks of the floorboards and Arcanine's slow breaths. Hermione cleaned the burn on Harry's forearm where the wand had heated the skin. Are you all right? She asked. That looked painful. It was, Harry said. I felt Voldemort's thoughts. I saw what he did to that bird. It was horrible. We don't have to keep doing this, Hermione said. She moved closer on the bench. We could run. We could hide somewhere safe. You know we can't, Harry said. Those Horcruxes exist. The corrupted creatures suffer. Someone has to stop it. I know, Hermione said. I just hate seeing you hurt. I can handle pain, Harry said. What I can't handle is the thought of losing you. Or the big dog. Or Sirius. You three are all I've. You're not going to lose me, Hermione said. You don't know that, Harry said. This is getting more dangerous. Voldemort, Dumbledore, the Ministry, they all want control. Eventually someone will get hurt. Hermione took his hand. Then we make sure it's not us. We survive together. Why? He asked. Why do you stay? You could have a normal life. You're brilliant. You could do anything. Because I don't want a normal life, Hermione said. I want this life. With you. Hermione. I need to say this, she said. We might not get another chance. We've been through everything together. You're my best friend. But you're also more than that. Harry held her eyes. I know. You're more than that to me, too. I think you've been for a while. When did you realize? She asked. Maybe third year, he said. Maybe earlier. I don't know. I just know that when I think about the future, you're in it. Not as my friend. As more. I want that too, Hermione said. I want to build something with you after this is over. A life where we don't have to fight anymore. We've to survive first, Harry said. Then we survive, Hermione said. Together. Promise me. I promise, Harry said. We stay together. No matter what happens. They sat in silence for a moment. Their hands stayed linked. Arcanine lifted his head and watched their faces. His eyes were steady. His chest rose and fell in slow, even breaths. What do we do about the other Horcruxes? Hermione asked. We find them, Harry said. We destroy them. We save the corrupted creatures if we can. And then we stop Voldemort without giving Dumbledore what he wants. How? She asked. By proving the light path works, Harry said. By winning without sacrifice. Hermione nodded. Then we start planning now. We need sources on the cup and the diadem. The ring might be in a family vault. The snake is alive. That will be harder. We'll pull lists, Harry said. We'll ask Sirius for old black contacts. We'll use maps and not rely on luck. She squeezed his hand once. Good. Harry looked down at their hands and then back at her face. I meant it. I know, she said. He leaned in an inch. She did too. They didn't rush. They didn't speak. The door latch clicked. They both sat back a fraction. Sirius stepped in, looked once at their hands, and let the corner of his mouth lift. Something happened while I was gone? Sirius asked. Harry and Hermione exchanged a short look. We're partners, Hermione said. In everything now. Good, Sirius said. You need each other. James and Lily were partners too. That's real strength. He set a folded paper on the table. I've locations. Part confirmed, part probable. Cup in a vault with a specific crest. Diadem rumored in castle ruins tied to Rowena's line. Ring connected to a gaunt shack. The snake moves with the Dark Lord. And there's one unknown. Harry pulled the paper closer. We start with the ring or the cup? Ring, Sirius said. Less public. More curse risk. We can control the site. Then we prep for curses, Hermione said. Counter seals. Potion kits. Heat control for Arcanine so we don't set the shack on fire. The striped hound flicked an ear and looked at her. She lifted a hand and brushed his mane. You did well today. Arcanine's eyes softened. Heat pulsed under Harry's ribs in a steady line. Sirius checked his watch. We move at first light. 2 hours of sleep. Rotate. I take first watch. Harry nodded. Wake me at the turn. Sirius sat by the door with his wand across his knee. Hermione stood. You take the bed, she said to Harry. You did the channel. We share time, Harry said. You sleep first next turn. Deal, she said. He lay down with Arcanine at the side of the bed and Hermione pulling a blanket over his shoulders. Her hand stayed on his arm for 1 extra second. Then she stepped back and sat at the table with the map. Her pencil moved in clean lines. No wasted strokes. The room stayed quiet. Plans took shape in short sentences. Lists filled. No one said anything they didn't mean. Morning would come. They would move again. They would keep the bond intact. They would break what needed breaking. They wouldn't hand heat to anyone. They wouldn't give Dumbledore his chain. They wouldn't give Voldemort his trophies. They would do the work together. Wind pushed over the battlements. Smoke hung over the forest edge. The sky was flat and gray. The wards around the castle flashed and thinned under steady pressure. McGonagall stood at the center of the staff room table with a rough map spread under her hands. We cannot hold against this force. Numbers, range, and reach are against us. Harry pointed to 3 circles he had drawn in grease pencil. We don't need to hold every wall. We hold the funnel points. Courtyard, viaduct, main doors. Sirius contacted the creature reserves. Help is coming. Hermione set a list beside the map. We found all the Horcruxes. Only Nagini remains. She's with Voldemort. The door opened. Dumbledore walked in carrying a heavy, cracked book. His voice stayed calm. Harry, the time has come. You must perform the ritual. Sacrifice the Guardian's power to gain the strength needed to defeat the Dark Lord. No, Harry said. I won't kill Arcanine. Then we cannot win, Dumbledore said. The prophecy is clear. The prophecy offers 2 paths, Hermione said. We're taking the other one. You will doom us all, Dumbledore said. Sirius leaned on the back of a chair. You keep repeating that. He keeps saying no. Move to tactics or get out of the way. McGonagall tapped the map hard enough to leave a mark. Focus. Staff to the main hall. 7th years on shields. Alliance cells run evac routes. The Guardian holds the courtyard line with Potter. Harry met Hermione's eyes. We finish Nagini. Then we finish him. Arcanine stood at Harry's side with his head up and eyes steady. Heat pressed through Harry's sleeve when his hand dropped to the cream mane. The pressure under Harry's ribs pushed forward once. Ready. Positions, Harry said. They moved. The outer wards broke. The ground shook from detonations along the perimeter. Death Eaters advanced in ranks with shields up and wands out. Green killing curses cut straight lines. Red stunners flew in packets. Purple dark magic rolled and crawled along the stone. Teachers set layer shields across the courtyard approach. Spells struck and spread in sheets and then broke. Students worked in pairs and trios. One shield. One counter. One spotter. Commands came short and clear. Left flank high. Rotate. Down 2. Corrupted Pokemon ran ahead of the Death Eaters. Houndem with purple bands around their eyes. Mytiana moving in jerks. A twisted Gyarados rolled in the black lake and struck the boathouse with a tail hit that split boards and sent a wave up the bank. From the forest, a corrupted Ursaring came on with arms raised and motions that didn't match its weight. Wrong cadence. Wrong focus. Allied Pokemon arrived across the viaduct. Rapidash with white coats and straight horns laid down heat lines that burned curses out of the air before they reached people. A Steelix moved like a train across stone, plates locking and unlocking in clean sequence. It set its head down and took curses on steel that didn't chip. An Alakazam stood on the steps with both spoons raised and bent incoming beams away from clusters of students with controlled, exact pushes. Harry, Hermione, and the big dog fought along the center line. Arcanine used extreme speed to cross gaps and stand into the path of curses aimed at Harry. He didn't try to catch light. Then he blocked sight lines and forced aim off target. Hermione cast shields and cut back with clean counters. Protego. Expelliarmus. Stunner. Her voice was even despite the noise. Right sector. 2 more, Harry said. He used aura to sense positions through pressure and heat. The bond showed pockets of intent as tight knots. He called them out. Under portcullis. 3 behind the pillar. 1 up high on the arch. Arcanine fired a narrow burst at stone just under a shooter's feet. The shooter stumbled, broke his stance, and lost his shield. Harry's Expelliarmus took his wand. Hermione stunned him. Helping hand, Harry said. The striped hound's paw touched Harry's calf. A clean push ran up Harry's leg and into his arm. Harry raised his wand and sent Expelliarmus down the center line. The beam split and ran along 4 paths. 4 wands flew. 4 Death Eaters stared at empty hands and then fell under stunners from students who had trained for that opening. Bellatrix spotted Hermione. She smiled in a fixed line and aimed a curse that would have cut through a shield. Arcanine snapped forward and took her space with Fire Fang. His teeth glowed. He clamped down on her sleeve and tore cloth. Heat seared the fabric into a hard edge. Bellatrix jumped back, lost balance for half a second, and hit the stone with her palm. She rolled and came up fast with a new wand. Hermione drove her back with 3 precise stunners in a row. We need to find Nagini, Hermione said over the constant noise. She's the last Horcrux. Tracking now, Harry said. He closed his eyes for 1 second and pushed outward. The pressure under his ribs surged and mapped. A cold spot moved under that weave. Far right. Inside. Great Hall, Harry said. Go. They moved along the edge of the fight. Neville's group held the west stairs with stout shields and short counters that hit knees and elbows. The Steelix rolled past and took a line of curses that would have knocked students down. It nodded its head once, set itself, and blocked the stairs with its body. Thank you, Hermione said as they passed. The Steelix blinked slowly. It held. They cut through the main corridor. A corrupted Drapion came at them from a side hall. Arcanine hit it at the joint of claw and arm. The impact changed the angle of the next strike. Harry stunned its handler. Hermione trapped the creature's legs under a binding charm long enough for a rapidash pair to strike and force it back through a doorway with heat and pressure only. They reached the great hall doors and pushed inside. Voldemort stood at the far end. Nagini coiled on the steps beside him and watched with fixed eyes. Death Eaters lined the walls with wands out. Dumbledore stood near the front with the cracked book open in both hands. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "the ritual is prepared. Place your hand on the guardian. Speak the words. Its power will transfer to you." "No," Harry said. Voldemort laughed. The sound was loud and flat. "The old man wants you to kill your pet. Savor this. It's efficient. It saves me work." "It's the only way," Dumbledore said. "The Guardian's life for the world's salvation." "That's your way," Harry said. "The way of control and sacrifice. I reject it." Hermione stood at Harry's shoulder. "We found another way. Partnership. Balance." "Sentimental fools," Voldemort said. "Your creature cannot match my power." "You're right," Harry said. "He alone cannot match you. Neither can I alone. But together, we're stronger than your corruption." "Harry, please," Dumbledore said. "The prophecy." Harry cut across him. "The prophecy says balance, not sacrifice. You misread it because you cannot imagine power without control." "Enough," Voldemort said. He raised his wand. "Avada Kedavra." Green light cut across the hall. Arcanine moved with extreme speed and pulled Harry 2 steps sideways by pushing against his hip. The light hit stone and scorched it. Another killing curse came. Harry dropped and rolled behind a fallen table. Hermione raised a shield that took a purple curse and held for a second before she reset it with a short word. Nagini slid from the steps and struck at Hermione. Hermione slashed across the air with Sectum Sempra. The spell cut scales and opened a line along the snake's neck. Blood hit the floor in a clean sheet. Nagini recoiled and rose. "Not finished." "Left," Harry said. He fired 2 stunners at a Death Eater who tried to flank. Arcanine slammed a third into a pillar with a shoulder check. Wood splintered. Sparks flew. Harry aimed at Nagini's head. She hissed and drew back. Voldemort sent 2 curses in a row at Harry's chest. The big dog took one on fur that didn't carry the line and forced the second off target by crossing the sight line mid-cast. "Ready?" Harry said under his breath. The pressure under his ribs pressed forward. Trust. Loyalty. Partnership. No words. Full meaning. "Now," Harry said. He set his feet. Then he didn't think about the ritual. Then he didn't think about loss. Then he matched his breath to Arcanine's breath. Then he matched his heartbeat to Arcanine's heartbeat. They had trained this in short sets and long sets. He felt both rhythms move into one count. He raised his wand. The striped hound set his paws. Harry pushed aura through the wand. Not a drain. A match. Lines ran in parallel. Heat built in his chest, arms, and hand. It didn't tear. It held steady. Arcanine reached up into that line and brought his own power to the edge. The air around them brightened to a clear golden white. It didn't burn skin. It pressed outward in a clean field that didn't waver. "Expelliarmus," Harry said. "Sacred fire," Harry said for Arcanine, and he answered. The red beam from Harry's wand left at full strength. The gold-white fire from Arcanine's jaws left with it. The 2 powers moved into the same space and joined. The line held both colors without mixing. It moved straight for Voldemort's chest. Voldemort fired a killing curse. Green met gold, white, and red. The air vibrated under the opposing pressures. The floor under their feet shook in a simple, direct way from energy transfer. No slow motion. No delay. Harry and Arcanine pushed. Voldemort tried to drive the green forward. His arms shook under the strain. "Hold," Hermione said behind them. She set a shield to block two Death Eaters trying to get a shot at Harry's flank. "I've you." The big dog leaned into Harry's leg. Harry leaned back into Arcanine's shoulder. The bond tightened. The matched heartbeat stayed steady. The line of power from them didn't flicker. "More," Harry said through his teeth. Arcanine gave more. The gold-white brightened to a higher intensity. The red beam thickened. The green line in front of them bent. Then it snapped. The combined power ran over it and kept going. It hit Voldemort's wand first. The wand flew. It hit Voldemort's chest. It hit Nagini as the snake reared to strike again. The snake's body broke down at once into pale dust that fell in a sheet and then spread on the stone. No pieces. No skin. No head. The last Horcrux was gone. Voldemort screamed. The sound was raw. The twisted power around him pulled away from his body as if unhooked. The skin on his face changed hue. His eyes lost the red. He fell to his knees and then to his side. Then he grabbed for air and found none that would help him. Then he tried to rise and couldn't. Then he was a man with no anchors and no protections. Mortal. Silence took the center of the great hall. The fight didn't stop everywhere. It stopped here. Harry lowered his wand. The gold-white field faded. He staggered once. The striped hound pressed his shoulder under Harry's arm. Harry caught himself and stood. Hermione ran to them. "You did it! You're both okay." Harry nodded and had to catch his breath. "We did it! All three of us." Arcanine lay down to drop heat without collapse. His sides moved fast and then slowed. No burns. No cuts. Fur singed at the tips only. Dumbledore stared at Harry and at Arcanine. He held the cracked book as if he had forgotten he carried it. "How? The prophecy said sacrifice." "The prophecy said balance," Harry said. "We balance power with partnership. That's the light path." Around the edges of the hall, Death Eaters looked at their fallen leader. Some dropped their wands and put their hands up. Others ran. Aurors who had made it inside pinned runners to walls with binding spells. Teachers took breaths and reset shields where curses still flew from doorways. Sirius came in from the side entrance with 2 Alliance students and a Rapidash. He took one look at the floor where Nagini's dust lay and then at Voldemort on the stone. Then he let out a breath and nodded once. "Done?" "Done," Harry said. His voice was hoarse. "Good," Sirius said. "We start clean up. We do it our way." Hermione squeezed Harry's arm. "Sit for 1 minute. Then we handle the rest." "I can stand," Harry said. He found his balance again. "We've one more fight." Dumbledore lowered the book to the table and looked at Harry. His eyes were not calm now. They were searching. "Harry." "Later," Harry said. "There are wounded. There are students outside. There are people who need to hear that the snake is gone." Hermione turned to the benches. "He's finished," she called, voice clear. "Stop fighting if you're still throwing curses. Surrender if you want to live. Anyone who keeps casting will be stunned." McGonagall stepped into the doorway and raised her wand. "You heard her. Lay down your wands." Wands hit stone. Robes rustled. The hall filled with the sound of people breathing and moving with purpose instead of panic. Harry looked at he. He put both hands in the mane and felt the steady heat. The pressure under his ribs eased to the usual level. He nodded once. "Thank you." Arcanine blinked slowly. He exhaled and rested his head on his paws. Voldemort lay on the stone with his eyes open and unfocused. An Auror knelt, bound his wrists, and pulled him up. He didn't fight. Then he had nothing left to fight with. Dumbledore looked down at the cracked book and then at Harry again. "I misread it," he said. The words were even but thin. "Yes," Harry said. "You did." Sirius tilted his head at the far door. "We've a ministry to face and a school to steady. Then we deal with him." He nodded at Dumbledore without respect or insult. Just a marker. Hermione stood at Harry's side and took his hand without hiding it. "We move together." "Together," Harry said. They walked forward through the hall with Arcanine rising to pace beside them. Teachers passed orders in short lines. Students moved benches to make paths for stretchers. Allied Pokémon took positions at doors and along the walls for watch. The fire in the braziers burned with normal heat. The stones underfoot were warm from the fight but solid. The air smelled of smoke, stone dust, and the sharp tang of spent magic. Voldemort's followers fled where they could. Others surrendered and sat with their backs to the wall and their hands on their heads. Aurors marked them and moved on. No speeches. No cheers. Just work. Harry, Hermione, and the big dog reached the center of the hall and stopped. They were tired. They were upright. They were not done. The reckoning with Dumbledore still waited. But the snake was gone. The man without anchors was bound. The choice had been made and carried through. Harry looked at Hermione. "We keep the bond. We keep our word." "We do," Hermione said. Arcanine lifted his head for one steady breath and set it down again. His eyes watched the doors. His chest rose and fell. He was alive. So was Harry. So was she. They stood together and prepared for the next hard talk. The fight for control was not over. The war was. The rest would be decisions, facts, and the truth said out loud in rooms that liked lies. They were ready. The morning light through the hospital wing windows was pale and steady. The room smelled clean. Beds were full. Low voices moved up and down the rows. Bandages, potions, and checklists covered the side tables. Arcanine lay at the end of Harry's bed with his head up and his eyes on the door. His chest rose and fell in even breaths. Hermione sat on the chair next to Harry. "How do you feel?" "Tired," Harry said. "But good. We won without becoming them." Hermione nodded once. "Madame Pomfrey says you can stand in an hour. Dumbledore is calling an emergency meeting. The Wisengamot wants a full report." "Let them call it," Harry said. "We've things to say too." Hermione looked down the row at the covered shapes on 3 beds. "Casualties are counted. We lost people. So did they. McGonagall says the numbers will go to the Ministry this afternoon." "Voldemort's body?" Harry asked. "Gone to the mortuary," Hermione said. "Aurors verified the Horcrux list. All destroyed. Magical residue checks match our records." "Good," Harry said. He set his hand in the striped hound's mane. He pressed back through his palm. "We address it all in the hall. No private deals." "I brought the journals," Hermione said. "Original prophecy copy. Copies of Lily's letters. The removal ledger from the Hogwarts library. Lockhart's report notes." "Good," Harry said again. "We do this clean." Arcanine gave a short, low sound. It wasn't a growl. It was acknowledgement. Harry scratched the edge of his jaw. "We're fine," he said. "Stay with me for the whole session." "I'm not leaving you," Hermione said. "I know," Harry said. The great hall was full. Long tables were pushed back against the walls. Wiesengemot benches faced the dais. Ministry officials stood along the side with clerks and quills. Teachers took the first row of the floor. Students who could stand watched from the back. Sirius stood at Harry's left. Hermione stood at Harry's right. Arcanine sat at Harry's side, head level with Harry's chest when Harry stood straight. Dumbledore walked to the center with a straight back and the same cracked book from the night before. He lifted his voice without a charm. While we celebrate the Dark Lord's defeat, we must address how it was achieved. Harry Potter defied direct orders and endangered everyone by refusing the sanctioned ritual. Harry stepped forward. The sanctioned ritual would have killed he and bound me to your control. I proved there was another way. You gambled with all our lives based on sentiment, Dumbledore said. Hermione stepped up beside Harry. It wasn't sentiment. It was evidence. Evidence you chose to ignore. The old wizard at the bench tapped a small hammer. Miss Granger, you've materials? Yes, Hermione said. She opened a flat case and took out packets. I submit journals of ancient Guardians, translated with full notes. I submit a copy of the original prophecy. I submit letters from Lily Potter. I submit the Hogwarts Library removal ledger with the headmaster's signature on restricted withdrawals. A clerk took each packet, logged it with a number, and passed copies along the bench. A witch on the left asked, Why was this evidence not shared sooner? Because Dumbledore suppressed it, Hermione said. He removed books from Hogwarts. He spread fear about legendary guardians. Then he directed staff to observe Harry's bond and report. Then he used students to spy. Then he told them it was for safety. Harry kept his voice even. Ron Weasley reported my activities from first year. Lockhart spied on our research. Dumbledore allowed the attacks to escalate during the chamber year to test my power. He called Hermione's injury regrettable but necessary. He has controlled me from the beginning. Dumbledore didn't drop his gaze. I did what was necessary for the greater good. The stakes were too high for sentiment and hope. Sirius spoke from Harry's left. You did what was necessary for your version of control. James and Lily didn't trust you with every decision. That is why they left contingencies. That is why Lily wrote, Let the Guardian guide you to truth. Harry faced Dumbledore. You wanted me to sacrifice Arcanine because you couldn't imagine power outside your control. You're not better than Voldemort because your method had a nicer label. You're different only in style. You both push lives into tools. I've spent my entire life fighting darkness, Dumbledore said. Harry didn't raise his voice. And you used the same methods. Manipulation. Sacrificing individuals for a theory of greater good. Treating people and creatures as instruments. Hermione held up the prophecy copy. The evidence shows you knew about Horcruxes for years. You could have told Harry earlier. You could have worked with him openly. You chose secrecy and control instead. A Wiesengemot wizard leaned forward. Headmaster, is this true? Did you suppress evidence and manipulate a student? Dumbledore stood straight. My actions were guided by the prophecy and by decades of experience. I believed the sacrifice path was necessary. Harry took one step closer. Arcanine's shoulder brushed his leg. You believed? You were wrong. People suffered because you wouldn't admit there might be another way. McGonagall stood from the first row. I confirmed the removal of certain texts without staff review. I objected at the time and was overruled. I didn't see the journals Miss Granger presents today. Snape spoke in a low tone. I confirm I was instructed to observe, to report, and not to inform the boy of the prophecy's full content. The old wizard at the bench raised a hand. We'll hear all testimony. We'll keep order. Miss Granger, continue. Hermione placed a letter on the clerk's desk. This is Lily Potter's letter. It states in plain language that she and James documented both paths, control and partnership. It states they chose partnership. It states they feared institutional pressure to force the other path. They prepared protection measures for Harry and the Guardian. The witch on the left looked at the letter, then at Dumbledore. Headmaster? Dumbledore looked at the letter, and then at Harry. Lily was bright and stubborn. She believed in love as a power. I believed in structures. I still do. But I see yesterday's result. I see that I misread the weight. Harry didn't soften. You misread and then you coerced. You told Ron to watch me. You let Lockhart feed you notes. You watched Hermione risk her life and you didn't warn us. You brought a ritual book to a fight because you wanted a neat ending that fit your design. You would have killed the big dog and called it duty. Dumbledore exhaled once. I would have asked? You would have said no. I would have pressed. That is true. Sirius folded his arms. He says it now because he has to say it. He didn't say it when it would have changed things. A ministry barrister rose. Mr. Potter, please describe the alternative method used to end the conflict. Harry kept it simple. We didn't consume the Guardian's power. We synchronized. Two sources flowed in parallel. We used Expelliarmus at full channel. Arcanine used Sacred Fire. The powers held together and overcame the killing curse. The final Horcrux was destroyed. Voldemort lost the protection of his split soul and fell. The barrister nodded. Documented. The Aura report supports that account. Hermione held up another page. Here are the passages that support the method. Parallel flow. Shared rhythm. No drain. It's not sentiment. It's technical. The old wizard looked down the bench. The record captures it. Dumbledore's hands tightened on the edge of the cracked book. I accept your proof. I cannot deny what I saw. I believe the sacrifice path was the only path. I was wrong. Harry didn't look away. There are consequences when leaders are wrong. Agreed, the old wizard said. We'll move to that after we complete testimony. He glanced at a clerk. Call the next witness. Ronald Weasley, the clerk said. Ron walked to the front with his shoulders tight. He looked at Harry once and then at the floor. Then he didn't look at Arcanine. Harry faced him. When did it start? When did you start reporting on me? Ron swallowed. Summer before first year. Professor Dumbledore visited our house. He said you needed protection and guidance. Then he asked my family to befriend you and watch over you. Watch over or watch? Hermione asked. Both, Ron said. At first I really was your friend. Then your guardian arrived and everything got complicated. Complicated how? Harry asked. Ron glanced at the cream mane and then away. That creature has more power than most wizards. It isn't natural. My dad works at the ministry. He talks about unregulated magical creatures and what happens when things go wrong. I started to agree. So you chose the ministry's fear over our friendship, Harry said. I chose what I thought was right, Ron said. The magical world has laws for a reason. That thing could have gone rogue and hurt people. The striped hound gave a soft growl. It was a real sound in his chest. His name is Arcanine, Harry said. You know that. You refused to use it because it would make him a person to you, not a thing. Hermione's voice was flat. You let me get attacked. You knew about the chamber test and you didn't warn us. I didn't know it would be that dangerous, Ron said. Dumbledore said it was controlled risk. I was petrified for weeks, Hermione said. That isn't controlled risk. Ron's jaw worked. I'm sorry. I thought it was for the greater good. Harry shook his head once. Everyone keeps saying that. The greater good. Whose good? Not mine. Not Hermione's. Not Arcanine's. The greater good always seems to require someone else's sacrifice. Sirius spoke without heat. Your family pressured you, Ron. I understand that. The Weasleys value tradition and authority. But you had choices. You chose wrong. Ron's voice went small. What happens now? That's not for me to decide, Harry said. But stay away from me. We're not friends. We never were. You were an assignment who learned to believe the assignment. Ron flinched. He looked at the bench and waited. The old wizard gestured. You may stand aside. Ron stepped back with his head down. The old wizard lifted his hammer. We've heard enough. We'll deliberate for 1 hour. The hall will hold. People shifted and spoke in low tones. Hermione stacked her evidence with neat hands. Sirius watched the side doors. He rested his head on his paws and kept his eyes open. An hour later the Wizengamot returned. The old wizard stood. Headmaster Dumbledore stepped forward. Dumbledore walked to the center. While your intentions may have been protective, your methods violated student safety and suppressed vital information, the old wizard said. You're removed as headmaster of Hogwarts. Your Order of Merlin commendations remain, but you're barred from holding positions of authority over minors. Dumbledore nodded once. I accept the judgment, though I maintain my actions saved lives. Harry spoke without moving from his spot. You didn't save lives with your method. People died. And you would have killed Arcanine. The old wizard turned his head. Noted for the record. Ronald Weasley. Ron stepped forward again. Your actions, while influenced by authority figures, showed poor judgment and betrayed friendship, the old wizard said. You will serve community service under Aura's supervision and complete ethics counseling. Your Aura application is denied for now. You may reapply after review. Ron stared at the floor. Understood. Further, the old wizard said, Ministry officials who pushed for Guardian control without due process are sanctioned. A review board will examine their conduct. We'll draft law to cover magical creature rights where bonds and sentience are clear. Harry raised his hand. I want legal recognition for legendary guardians as sentient partners, not property or tools. I want the suppressed research made public. I want protection against forced bonding or experimentation. A witch on the left nodded. Your proposals are heard. We'll consider them in committee. Your victory proved the value of your approach. Hermione added. We can assist with drafting. We've definitions and thresholds. We can provide documented cases. Submit them, the old wizard said. He banged the hammer once. Session adjourned. People stood. Voices rose. The hall emptied in slow lines. Dumbledore closed the cracked book and walked past Harry. He stopped. I'm sorry, Harry. Harry looked at him. You're sorry you lost control. Not for what you did. When you're sorry for what you did, you say the words without excuses. Dumbledore held Harry's eyes for 3 slow counts. I'm sorry I didn't trust you. Harry said nothing. Dumbledore walked on. Sirius let out a breath. That is done. Not all of it, Hermione said. But enough for today. Arcanine stood. Harry put his hand in the mane. We go. Weeks passed. The castle walls had scaffolds. Workers reset stones. Students returned in groups to gather books and talk in quiet clusters. The forest edge was calm. The lake surface was flat. Letters moved between departments. Committees wrote drafts. At Grimmauld Place, the kitchen table was clear except for maps and forms. Sirius had scrubbed the surfaces until the wood showed. The house was still old, but it was clean. Sirius poured tea and sat. "What will you two do now?" Harry glanced at Hermione. "We've plans. Big plans." Hermione spread notes across the table. "We're establishing a sanctuary. A place where wizards and legendary creatures can coexist without fear. No ministry control. No forced bonds. Partnership only." "Where?" Sirius asked. "The Potter lands in Scotland," Harry said. "My inheritance includes several hundred acres. Enough space. Mixed terrain. Good access roads. Far from villages. We'll need funding, legal protection, and staff," Hermione said. "But we can do it. We can start small and build." "I'll help," Sirius said. "The Black Vault can fund the initial setup. We can register a trust. You two run it. I handle the paperwork and the shouting." Harry's mouth tugged at one corner. "We want to teach the partnership method. Show others how aura bonds work through trust and training, not control." "And research," Hermione said. "I want to continue the work my parents started before the war cut it off. We'll document the ancient magic properly. No hiding. Notation that others can follow." "What about Hogwarts?" Sirius asked. "You both have newts to finish." "We take them as independents," Harry said. "Hermione will pass everything. I'll manage." "We'll manage together," Hermione said. Sirius gave them a look with a small grin. "You two are officially together now?" Harry met Hermione's eyes and then looked back at Sirius. "Yes. We're partners. In everything." Hermione didn't look away. "After everything we've done, it would be ridiculous to pretend we're just friends." Sirius leaned back. "James and Lily would be proud. Of both of you." "I hope so," Harry said. "They protected this bond for me. They gave me the chance to choose. Now we make sure others have that chance too," Hermione said. They moved to the details. Harry laid out a rough map. "Housing here and here. 2 lodges to start. 1 for staff. 1 for visitors. Beds, kitchens, bath blocks, infirmary. Training areas here," Hermione said. "Open field for drills. Enclosed ring for high-energy work. Fire breaks and water points. Steel plates for heat trials. Creature spaces," Sirius said. "Pens that aren't cages. Fields with fences that are for safety, not for jail. Hiding places and shade. Water access that doesn't flood." "Legal framework," Hermione said. "Founding charter. Rights statements. No forced bonds. No experimentation. Consent forms for training. Confidentiality for visitors who don't want names and papers." "Staff," Harry said. "We hire calm people. Healers who listen. Trainers who don't shout. Researchers who share notes." "Outreach," Hermione said. "Letters to reserves and to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Invite their staff to observe. Invite their students to learn. Publish a plain language guide." "Security," Sirius said. "Wards on the edges. Not to lock things in, but to stop raiders. Watch shifts that don't break people. Names on the gates. No secret corridors." Harry looked at the big dog. "You'll do the first walk with me." Arcanine thumped his tail against the floor once. It was a real sound on the boards. Hermione wrote a heading. Timeline. 6 months for Phase 1. Housing, Field Ring, Charter, First Staff. 12 months for Phase 2. Research Wing, Visitor Program, School Partnership. Costs, Sirius said, and wrote figures. Land already yours. Building stone local. Labor fair pay. Food contracts with farmers. Potion supplies in bulk. Harry leaned over the table. We can do this. Hermione nodded. We can. Sirius looked between them. Will you join me in one thing first? What? Harry asked. Dinner in a normal room with no alarms and no plan on the table for 1 hour, Sirius said. Then we go back to the plan. Hermione laughed once. We can do that. Harry smiled. We can. They ate. They returned to the table. They signed the first trust form. They signed the charter draft. They checked every line twice. When the papers were in order, Sirius gathered them into a folder. I'll file these in the morning. Harry stood. We're going to walk. Hermione stood too. We should. They stepped out into the small courtyard behind the house. The air was cool. The sky was clear. The sun was low on the horizon. The light was orange. The shadows on the paving stones and grass were long. Arcanine trotted ahead and then turned his head back to check them. Are you happy? Hermione asked. Yes, Harry said. For the first time, I think I actually am. No one controlling me. No threats hanging over us. Just the future we're building. Hermione took his hand. Together. Always together, Harry said. The striped hound ran ahead to the small gate and stopped with his ears up. He looked back at them. His eyes were bright. His chest rose and fell in steady breaths. He approves of the plan, Harry said. Of course he does, Hermione said. It was always meant to be the three of us. They walked toward the field at the end of the lane. The sun stayed low. The orange light touched the grass. Their shadows stretched across the ground. The house behind them was quiet. The road ahead was clear. They didn't rush. They didn't look back. They moved forward with simple steps and steady hands.